Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は162日目です。It is day 162. We're 2 days in, right? Today we iron out all the little kinks. About 100 items, right? About 100 items. So 65. Looks like we might have two groups, either two or one group. Get right into it. And maybe some particular trouble ones. Yeah, I don't recall anything too devastating last time. All right. It's gone. Okay. What? What? Oh. What? What? Alright, we're skipping this. Huh. I'll come back. Huh. Hmm. Weird.
Toiawaseru.
問い合わせる。ね。問い合わせる。Nope. Hmm. I'm gonna skip all that. Too long, too long.
基本的。
基本的。Wait, it was a bit off? Hmm.
Henshi.
Henshi. Oh.
不完全。
不完全。不完全。Oh no. A Sutton block. Oh no. Oh. Uh Uh-oh. Do I YOLO? Well, alright, we're gonna pass on this for now.
Katameru.
Katameru.
Okami.
Okami. Eventually, I'm gonna accidentally type dog or something. Eventually.
Geijutsuka.
Geijutsuka. Oh no. I gotta figure this out. Completely blank. Overpowered. Lu. Lu is devastatingly overpowered. We'll just save this to the end. It's the same occurrence. Singular error. That is not what I think it is. So what is it now? Oh, right. Uh-oh. Excuse me? Hold up. Wait. Ain't no way it's... No. Oh.
Shinka.
I typed the wrong thing. Shinka. Shinka. I think evolution. Actually, progress might work there. Progress might work.
Byou.
Yo. Dang it. My gut feeling failed me. This one is like very different. Moon. Digging. Something about digging with a spoon. What is the vocabulary word attached to? Yeah, there's a definite imbalance between using this in Chinese versus using this in Japanese. I don't think the Chinese thing really helps. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Got feeling? Oh. Trying to think of what word ended up using this character. No, too long. Pass. Oops. Choo-choo. Origami. I don't. Yeah. Well. Oh. Just kidding. Atama.
受け入れる
Or 材料 Oh. 食べ物
丈夫
記念日 What? Oh. What? What?
文法
Bunpo. I typo. Bunpo. Tengaru. That is still the same. Any combination though. Just easy. What did I say? Simple and mean? Oh. What? Simple and easy? It's any combination of those. Fine. Oh man, 卒業式 卒業式 卒 man 卒
心配
something I do all the time. Trying to think of the other read. What was the other read for this? Okay. I don't know.
速度
Hokuto. What? Oh, line. Line. That's right. Line. The line thing. What?
行列
Yoretsu.
頑丈
Ganjo. 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 I mean, wait. Stubborn. Confident. Like arrogant? What do we have here? Honestly, I don't remember how this is read. Oh, it's probably someone's. Could be someone's name. Dekiru, yeah, dekiru dekiru dake, ganjo, ganjo ni shite aita kata ga ii desho. Nah, that doesn't give enough for me here. Skipping. We'll come back. What am I looking at? It's a bit off. Oh, hors d'oeuvres. Okay.
自動車
Dosha.
約
Nyaku. Oops. Oh. Right. Nyaku. Oops.
不法
Oh. Before.
勝ち
Hachi.
重ねる
Asaneru.
開閉
Aihe.
病人
Yonin.
仏像
Uzo.
残す、
残す。不愛、不愛書く。ね No. 不合 No. Does that sound right? Yeah, never mind.
不合格、
不合格。
ページ、
ページ。
病院、
病院。ふわふわ。Okay. Whoops. Fluffy. Fluffy. That's my bad.
卒業する、
卒業する。Oh, no. Not looking, not thinking about the correct one. Hmm.
落ちる、
落ちる。
月、
月。
漢字、
漢字。
農業、
農業。
顔つき、
顔つき。Huh. Huh. Okay. Wait. Hold up. Wait. This is... Wait. Like... Alright, we're skipping this one. I think that might actually be... Was that supposed to be, alright, I'll come back to it.
集める、
埋める。
自動的、
自動的。
軽い、
軽い。
顔、
顔。Okay.
#勇気、
勇気。
読み方、
読み方。 Oh.
方法
Oh. No.
やむ
Yamu.
折れる
Oreru.
料理人
Yorinin.
変人
Henjin. You are different. Yes.
竹
Okay.
事変
Jihen.
悪化
Akka.
返事
Enji. Close enough.
農場
Nojo.
外来
Gairai.
部
Boo. What works? Or yeah, that's fine. My gut feeling failed. Wait.
鉄人
Etsujin.
周囲
Sui. Oh, hold. This is not what I think it is. I will pass on this for now. Need some thought.
電鉄
Dentetsu. Dentetsu. Dentetsu kaisha. Dentetsu kaisha ni入社 shitai desu. Otona ni the Dentetsu, I guess electric railway. Okay, that's fine.
技術
Ijitsu.
農民
Nomi.
返す
Nice. Oops. Oops. Wait. Hold. Actually, it's, wait. No, it's not that. This is uh
通う
I yeah, mute.
地下鉄
That's it.
変化
Inca. Inca.
支払い
支払い Hmm.
配る
配る
美術館
It's gone. that was terrible.
天井
天井 What? I stopped on this yesterday too, right? Yeah, I stopped on this yesterday. Oh. Come back to it.
さまざま
Sama-sama. What? I could have sworn that was okay. What's another way to say it? No way that's right. Oh, wait. Hold.
「早速
I have no idea how I know that, but it's fine. That's so good. Or I don't know. I don't even know what um how does this how does this even process? 新しいアプリアプリを No, see that doesn't help. Like firstly, I guess, or first of all, maybe like immediately. Yeah, that's not the greatest. It has so many things I can fit that to capture that meaning. Okay,
希望する
希望する
狼男
狼男
妥協する、
妥協する。
約束する、
約束する。
福島、
福島。That's not building, that's fair. This one takes a bit. It definitely takes a bit. No gut feeling developing yet. So how do we get to it?
Yomu.
What is that? Oh.
お願い、
Okay.
私鉄、
私鉄。Oh no, there's 3 of them. Wait, does this help? Oh, this does help. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh, wait. Oh no, this might actually be... No, I refuse. Why do I... No, okay. We have to pass on this until I figure out. But there are 3 linked to the same character. That's a little disappointing. We'll get it. It's fine. Don't want to think about it at the moment. Let's do all the other things first.
生じる、
生じる。For a moment there, I had it, but that doesn't sound right.
進む、
進む。Yes. That's fine. YOLO? Okay. Fine. Ooh. I'm... Oh. Fine. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
集金、
Yuki. Oh. I want to say shoot, right? Shujo. Oh. What? Wait. Wait, hold up.
首相
Oh, did I type jo shusho? Shusho. 5 minutes in. Oh no. No. What? Wait.
Nihonshu
Oh, I must have typed shot instead of shoot. It's not wheel, it's something else because they have something else. Is it humble? Okay. Oh, no, that's not. Oh. Okay. Hold. Pause for a moment. Box. Where did you go? It's district. Oh. I've like grouped in my head all the districts, townships, district, township, and prefecture grouped together, and my gut feeling just went to like district and township and whatnot, like urban area, principality, municipal, city. All of them are like grouped together in some way.
待合室
待合室
変
and
病気
yoki. Nani? Okay.
Nasakenai
情けない。Okay.
閉める
閉める。Oh, that did not serve me well.
Bukiyo
不器用。不器用。彼は不器用で新しいことを学ぶのがOh, what is that? 苦手です。Oh, 苦手。苦手。or 苦手。Learning new. Not. Oh. Yes. Indeed. What am I looking at? No.
変える
I It's a different change. A little bit of a different change, but I think context usually helps with the reading part, but producing, that's interesting. Future problems, future things to consider. Why do I want to just type B right now? Like, Alright, I knew that wasn't correct, but I just wanted to try it anyways. How does this work? What is it? Oh, wait. What? What? No. We'll move it again. I think we're running out now. It's time to get that. I feel I skipped 6 or 7, right? That's kind of... No, that's still kind of okay. Whoops, that's Chinese. Oh, that's... Wait.
折り目
Ime... Or wrinkle?
大変
Alright, we're back. 12. Whoa, I skipped way more than I thought. So, how did I... I feel like I mistyped this. No, I didn't.
由来
Thought I typed that too. I must have typed yo both times. I'm saying yurai in my head, but I wasn't quite sure if it was yurai or yurai. And how does this work? Was I able to no, it's not that. No, that doesn't sound right. I feel like this is related to no. Okay. No way it's no. Do we have anything? Dozo. Dozo. Interview. Man, interview or I keep thinking hajimete. But it's advanced. Advance. Or The Kinazi Onyomi. Getting the kun. We're looking for kun. Oh, it's like no? Yeah, this is definitely one of the weak ones. So what is it? We have advance plus plus do. Pretty confident still to advance. Nope. Nope. No. No. Wait. No. Hey. Only I had thing go on. Come back to this. Okay. Oh, and we have 3 attached to this character. Wait. Is it? Wait. Oh no, this is special though. I know this one's special. It's like oops.
線路
Yeah, this one's special. This one's special. So I can't use this one. Senro. Senro. Which is for like a paved road, I suppose. What? What? Line? Senro. Wait. What level am I on? I'm on level 16. Again, every 10 or 11 days. Let's see. Senro ni what? Yeah, I'm actually drawing a blank on what. Nani ga atte mo. Demo. Oh, this is actually weak in a different way for once. Actually very rare. Very rare pause. I know, so this is one of the rare ones where I know what the reads are. Sendo comes first. And then line plus, I'm gonna say way. Hmm. Alright, let's move on to the next one for now. So I couldn't use the do because special. But I think it's just truncated. No, that makes this thing sound not correct. Still looking for the read on the onyomi, but not a special read. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, the last one wasn't special. It was okay. Actually, Senro... Yeah, because this is a rochi. Oh. No? Really? Way or road, right? This is definitely way or road. So let's say road plus land. Like a paved road. Or like an not paved road, but let's just say like a dirt road. Really? Really? That's surprising. Oh, right. Oh no, this is special. This is special too. It's Roji. Yeah, this is special because the G is lesser.
路地
Roji. Pretty sure this is the alleyway or like paved, like a dirt road. And then that means the other one is paved road. Probably, yeah. So it would be Dodo, a Dodo. And then Sendo is probably dealing with train track roads or something, railroads. What the? Oh no, we're back to this. I've drawn a blank because of Lao. Not Lao. Can I attach Lao to whatever this means? Or whatever the read is on this? Oh, wait. Let's go back. So, what was the dirt road? It was Doji. A special. Sendo line plus road is probably railroad. Something dealing with railroad. And oh, old people stuff, right? Well, I know old people stuff, elderly stuff. Roll. I lost the meaning to this momentarily. I don't know, like arrogant? Confident? Very... Oops. Argumentative? How do you interpret being stubborn in a different... Oh, no. Yeah, being stubborn in a different way. For a moment there, I thought I was looking at politics. Height. So we got like height and stubbornness. What is height? Oh, it could be height and or stubborn in terms of sturdy, right? So solid. Oh, was there anything else? Firm? Oh, I could have wrote sturdy, stout, and firm. Yeah, it's using the other jo, which I feel like height isn't the greatest with just jo. This one. You kind of have to bend over backwards to make it work, but we gotta think about firm and stuff. Yes, thank you, bot spam. Because I know my Twitch feed is working. This one's new. We're fine. Newish. And then I just want to type this out of
ひらがな
I figured. I'm like, there's no other way. It's gotta be hiragana. I was thinking more of a name of a place that I might have forgotten. And then this one's slightly special too because it's using a read of the left that is not what I usually think of. And how does that work? Like hearing for the first, or like hearing for the first time heard. Wait. Dang it, I lost it. I lost it. Oh, no. No. Pretty weak too. I think this one is relatively. So what do we have? We have first plus here. I'm pretty sure it's something like heard for the first time, something like that. Or oh wait, maybe not. Maybe not. It's definitely using Mimi, right? Oh, I could be going about this or not. I could be going about this in a different. Not. I'm going down a rabbit hole right now. Gotta rethink this. If it's could be no, it's pretty, yeah, this is like heard for the first time. And then if you heard for the first time, you have to hold on to your hat, right? Hatsumimi.
Hatsumimi
Hatsumimi. How do I phrase this? Heard for the first time is good enough. This one is the left side. The left side is just somewhat not solid because this is our onyomi read for this. And I thought I typed... Okay, I did. Oh, wait. Did I mess up the right-hand side? No. Wait. No. Fake. It's definitely the left side, right? I think I can accept that. What does this mean again? This is like covering an event. Does that help? Covering an event. It helped before. Not working out now. Oh. No, this is fine. This is from last time, right?
取材
Chuzai. And then this is
道路
Dodo. Paved road. All of them are going to be connected. I suppose all 3 of them are going to be connected. And I just blanked out on the left side of this. I still... I want to type... Okay. Oh.
比例
Ire. Like maybe like proportion. Okay, that's fine. They're still comparing. Doubt. Go blank on this. Nande watashi ga Hari. Nope, not there. Oh wait, I know what it is.
疑う
Utangao. Okay, and then this is kind of very unfortunate. Maybe like
進める
Sumeru. Alright. Ah, this works. And then yeah, let's add this to the list because it's a group. So we'll just add the group together. What was the paved? Doro. Which was street plus road. Advance, am I uncomfortable with susumeru. I think I'm okay when I went back around to it. The other susu helped. Susumu helped with susumeru. I think that's okay. Yeah, Hatsumimi is not great. And then 3 roads, and the other ones are okay. There's I'm gonna say like railroad track or something. Yes. All right, so we got one big problem group, and the other ones are they're not. We come down to 4 for 160. That's okay. It was like 10, right? 10. Then 6 of them were meh, and then 4 of them, actually it's kind of like one thing is road. Everything dealing with road got lost. Pretty all right. Pretty all right. All right, attach, valley, face, drum, zombie. And we can do our reads now. At least I think. So, yo, sho, mon, e, in. So and we're just gonna skip the second read until it comes up in the future. I think that's fine, unless I remember right off the bat. There's 2 reads for this. So o, su, o, you, shin, oka, ni, this one takes a while. 10, e. This has 2 as well. I think I remember it. Like waka and e. Waka and e. Ji. An. Then. De. Do and do show and e son and zone. Sen. Oh. Okay. All right. Joe. E. An. Oh. So actually the only double read is this one. Shu. Su and Shu. Okay. And then we got a cluster. It's all off, missing one kanji though. And it's a weak one. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of weak, but not weak for... It's weak for a different reason. So we have line. Wait, what is the left side of line? Was it moon? No, that doesn't look right. Thread. Of course it's thread. Alright. Right. So sendo. Sendo. And do was the weak one. Right. Yeah, sendo. Sendo and pivot down here to doji. Doji and Doro. Wait. Drawing a blank. Old. Did I accidentally add fins to that? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Okay. All right. So this is our cluster, right? So this is Endo, and then Doji, and then Doro. Right. So here is Doro is paved road. Doji is dirt road or alley or etc. Kind of like a hierarchy a little bit. The extent of development and then railroad. And then Hatsumimi is gonna be a problem for some time because it's our only read of this. Oh no, I think we only have one stroke. Hatsumimi. Oh. Huh? And heard for the first time. Oh, that's ma. Whoops, I typed ma. Huh? Why am I drawing a blank on ha? That's a Mimi. Okay. Yeah, that's about it. It's fairly normal. slightly better than average, really. Well, we whittled from 10. 10 is a little high for the some med department. I think the med department is kind of high. Good enough. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Feel free to follow along, you know, go about your day. Always welcome to share and exchange some discussions, experiences, for you to ask questions, I suppose, and I'll give you a direct answer for as direct and unengaging as, you know, I will reciprocate or try to reciprocate. Yeah. So until next time, right? For those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第55天。It is day 150. And business as usual, right? Oof. Okay. Alright. Get into our
优势
lessons. 优势. Oh, yesterday we did have one character, right? Were we still on ge? Oh no, it's zan. Zanmen. 优势. Excellent. Ooh, this one's a little iffy. Excellent power or force. Advantage. You have an advantage when you have excellent force behind you. Yeah. Also pivots to superiority. Superiority is a weak one from yesterday. It was introduced. Hopefully I can nail that. 公司有冥想的优势 obvious. Clear advantage. Sort of.
优势
I think that's more of a reductive, capitalistic reflex comment.
容颜
容颜.容颜. Yen is a kind of a weak one. 容颜. It's a complexion or countenance. Contain face or countenance. Which is your looks and appearance. I mean, that makes sense. 容颜. 容颜 something 老. Jian lao. The age, gradually age or lose one's looks. Interesting. 容颜 jian lao.
容颜继续
继续. 继续. Continue 续. Continue. Alright. 请继续努力. 请继续努力. 不要放弃. I think that's 放弃. Yeah. 放弃. To give up. So this is to release. I wonder what this means. What they're gonna assign. What meaning they're gonna assign that one. 我们必须继续前行. 前行. Oh, continue.
我们必须继续前行。
前行. Move forward. 前行. I mean, that makes sense. Forward move. Yeah. No. Okay.
继续光线
光线. 光线. Okay. Ray line. A light. Okay, that's fair enough. Or rays still. Mirror. I want to say it's something like 观子. No, 观子. Mole. Wait. I don't know. Oh, 因 is 金子 or 金子. They're like 金子 or it's either 2 or 1, I think. 金子 it's probably not. 能. Okay, so we got 能 on something. 反观 防光 I don't know 防欢光响 防射 interesting 防射 and then 镜子 oh man it's 4 okay all right dim light that kind of looks like D but not D could it still be Yang 的观想 no it's Hu okay Hu Nang oh Hu Nang I went on because of Japanese okay Hu Nang do I have a Nang I'm not sure Hu Nang 的观想 alright 观想 not 想观想 wait what happened oh wait oh 光线光线光线
光线
光线
议题
议题 we got a topic and E discuss topic all right issue interesting a topic of discussion I like that and topic yeah an issue is kind of negative for this although T can have a negative spin on it a little bit okay what is it right 讨论 discuss the issue yeah 讨论议题
议题
议题 all right
优势
优势
容颜
容颜
议题
议题
继续
继续
光线
光线停顿 stop 顿 pause stop and pause or halt pause still pause or halt all right I think stop is okay here too in case I go to it I don't wanna 老师停顿了一下车流 traffic oh that's kind of cute car flow 车流车流土壤车流土壤停顿了 suddenly that has a sun in there but a sun pause I guess pause is a little bit more as an element of sudden that they're trying to elicit, as opposed to stopping, which could be intentional. So instead of saying stopping, they're pausing for a moment. 等一下. Although you could still get away with a 停, I don't know, 停理一下 or something, like stop here, or 离停了一下 or something like that. I'm sure it's still okay. Uh,
停顿，
停顿，
容易，
容易. Yeah. Wait, this one is to contain easy, which is still easy. 容易 is problem. Yeah, 这个问题很容易. Yeah.
容易，连续，
连续 successively, to continue continuously, one after another. Consecutively, successively, yeah. I have a very nightmarish relationship with the word successive. Lian 连续工作年20时候20小时20小时okay.
连续，形式，
形式 shape of power, or the shape of the force, the nature of the force, which is a situation, state of affairs and the force it exerts against. Oh, okay. So figurative, like I could interpret, I could use what force is exacting, so you're like describing the situation with both. Okay. 目前的形式很不 what is that? Something ding. 稳定 interesting. 稳定目前的形式很不稳定 stable. 国内形式 so domestic plus situation. Nothing like a nice bowl of kanji. I just realized kanji sounds like kanji. Okay.
形式，
形式 kanji in English, kanji in Japanese, I suppose.
底线
I wonder where that comes from. The spelling. Where does the spelling kanji from? Oh, Tamil. Oh, the spelling kanji for the Chinese rice porridge is derived from the Tamil word kanji. Oh, which are interesting. And it is related to kanji. Interesting. I don't know why they spelled it that way. The name itself is rooted in the Tamil word kanji, meaning boiling, becoming kanji. Oh, okay. Interesting. No matter its name, kanji is a staple crust. Yeah, of course. Interesting. Honestly though, if it was spelled kanji, K-N-G-I, I don't particularly think it would be confused. I actually think C-O-N-G-E-E is a little bit more confused. Oh no, nah. English is butt. Because if you look at kanji, it could be kanjai. And then if we do C-O-N-G-E, it could be kongi or kangi. But a G is pretty good. G, yeah. But the kan as in like confidence. Interesting. 地象 地象 I gotta make sure. The other 象 is pretty complicated too, actually. 地象 bottom line makes sense. Bottom in line. 请在表 I lost it. 表格 right? 表格 请在表格的地象底象底线那项底线底线什么名something 名 let's go with 故签名 oh yeah that's 签名 as in like sign 签名let's party in it 签名请在表格dang it 请在表格的底线签名 makes sense
底线
okay
停顿底线
oops
连续形式容易会议
meet to discuss something or meeting. First, a formal sort of meeting, usually scheduled where various matters are discussed. 我要三个会议。not 要，我有三个会议。I was like, I want 3 meetings. 我有三个会议。明天的会议取消了。Cancelled. Tomorrow's meeting is cancelled.
会议，顿时，
顿时。Oh boy. Pause time. Okay, yeah. Suddenly still. Yeah, pause time. Pauses really heavily suddenly. Have lots of sudden unexpected. To pause is seemingly related to unexpected. And then stopping tends to relate to things with intent. Which I'm not actually sure if English implies. Interrupt action or speech briefly. Oh yeah. And then yeah, I see. Yeah. So stop with intent and pause without intent. Ooh, I can actually, maybe I should consider that for a lot of the other vocabulary words. The ones that have intent and no and not intent. They're usually also, there's also momentary and permanent. Most of the momentary ones have momentary phrases attached to them, now that I think about it. And then the ones that are permanent, they don't have phrases attached to them. And also, well, except for la. So interesting. I wonder how far that goes down the rabbit hole. 顿时, okay, 顿时. So pause suddenly, or pause for a time suddenly. Yeah. 顿时大哭起来。Okay. Fine.
顿时，连续剧，
连续剧。Continuous continuous drama series. 他每天晚上看连续剧。连续剧
评
Oh, wait. There's another ping? I could have sworn the other one is acceptable too, right? Or unless this is the traditional one. Could have sworn I already had 苹果, but using a different one. Interesting. I wonder how this is different. Pinocchio is inside the English manor on a treasure hunt. A treasure hunt where he finds a bunch of footprints in the velvet carpet. Velvet carpet, English manor. He follows them to a pile of flowers in the corner. He digs into them and finds an apple beneath. Alright. Wait. Flowers. Okay. Okay, footprints. Okay, I see. Which he bites into only to find a page inside the apple that has some sort of other secret clue. What is this? Lies a P or something? Okay. Let's see. Pinocchio. On a treasure hunt. Alright. Maybe on a treasure hunt to find the way, the method of becoming a real boy. Alright. The English manor, huh? With a page inside. That's kind of a Yeah, there's 苹果. Maybe that was simplified. I'm thinking of. I thought I already have apple. Hold up. Oh, maybe I don't. Oh, maybe I don't. Hold up. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, okay. I'm just strictly thinking about the simplified version. Yeah. Just thinking about the simplified. Okay. Fair enough. It does not look anything like the simplified, so that's a little bit concerning. That simplified character does exist, though. In other uses. Knock down some. Okay, 苹果, I mean, that's fine. So, how do we do this?
平
Alright. He goes there, digs. Right, okay.
易
E, oh boy. E. Well, you certainly got simplified. The Japanese one just removes this middle part. It removes the crazy pills. It's E. From guy, ge to E. Okay. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house once again. Instead of renovating or doling out justice, what do you got? Trying to practice his egg throwing art in the bathroom. He has flowers lined up on the wall. Okay. And he practices hitting them. He takes some crazy pills that he thought were performance enhancing drugs, PEDs. Okay, so Yoshi's hopped on PEDs and starts seeing clouds everywhere. He throws eggs at them even though they don't actually exist. His art is quite good. He ends up breaking the mirror and most other things in the bathroom. You know what? We're gonna meta this a little bit. So Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house trying to practice his egg throwing art. Well, the art is a little bit messy, so he decided to play it safe and go to the, do it in the bathroom, right? So he has like flowers lined up and he wants to like color them and paint them. So naturally he's gonna take some crazy pills made of shrooms. Mushrooms, that is, Super Mario Brother mushrooms. And it unfortunately caused him to hallucinate, seeing clouds everywhere, and he's just pitching, throwing, and there's something to be said about the meta about hallucinogens and artwork. So there you go. They really did kick that to high gear there. 艺术 art 艺术 艺品 artwork makes sense. 园艺 gardening, interesting. Garden art, gardening.
易
All right, what do we got here?
平 顿时 连续剧
连续剧
易 会议
Oh, there's Zhi. We got used to Zhi though. Zoro? I mean, that's fine. Sure. Of? I didn't think. Oh, yeah, I got you.
之
Zhi of. I find like if you put counter is fine too. It's a counter of something, or maybe like even a number of something. Often like or like an amount. Fine. Of, that's gonna be something I don't come up right away. James Bond is in front of the house when Zorro comes up to him and leaves a mark of Zorro right on the back of his tuxedo. Doesn't Zorro understand that what that tuxedo is made of? Pure silk. Of course, Mr. Bond is mad. Hey, the clash of Zorro and James Bond. I like it. That's a great way to group them together. If there are any characters on our list, James Bond would line up with Zorro. Interesting. I wonder if that was intentional. Tijian of interval in between. I see. Yeah, one of T E Wu something. Wu Ji Ji Tang. Sheer nonsense. Okay, vice versa. 反击亦然. Opposing of again, maybe again. So that kind of sounds like vice versa, actually.
之
I keep saying G, sorry. 之
呀
Yeah, Asia. All right. That's consistent. Interesting enough. Wait. I feel like there's a stroke missing or something. Why does this look slightly different? Guess we'll find out then. It's a portal. I mean, it does look like a portal. So, okay. I'll go for it. I got you.
呀
Yeah. Alright. Yoshi is in the bathroom. Gotta make sure about Zhu. Sometimes I say G by habit. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the auditorium wearing a suit and tie. Go on. And taking a break during intermission. Makes sense. At the end of the bathroom is a portal. Yoshi goes and enters it. I mean, Yoshi, portals. That's kind of a day in the life of Yoshi. And he ends up in the middle of Asia. Let's just say Japan. Perhaps somewhere in Mongolia. Alright, never mind. Somewhere in Mongolia, as it is freezing and there's nothing but empty plains. Yoshi begins a long walk back to the auditorium. It could be anywhere. Oh, this is not great. There's one use of portal. Although portal and Yoshi, I mean, their portal can associate with so many characters. Yeah. Maybe Yoshi ended up in Japan. And decided in order to get back, Yoshi just picks up a Mario Kart and start heading there, get into a cart and start driving back to the auditorium. It's fine. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Dongya. Dongnang. Dongnang, yeah. Dongnang, yeah. Oh yeah, Joel. Oh, that yeah. Oh. I see. Yeah, this one got changed. Yeah, Joel.
呀是
Sure. We got sure. We got the sure. Okay. Soldier as opposed to samurai. So samurais are soldiers. Shrek is in the bathroom of the house once again. where he is in the process of dressing up as a soldier. He is wearing metal plated armor and finally is able to squeeze the helmet onto his big forehead. Yeah, okay. Maybe the metal armor is a little snug too. But he's in the back of the house getting outfitted in metal plated armor. That kind of checks out for Shrek, honestly. He's dressing up as a soldier. Gonna try to masquerade as a soldier, sneak into the, I don't know, the king's throne room to request to not be bothered by pitchforkers. I don't know. We're fine. This is soldier. A knight. A 骑士. Interesting. That's a good one. 骑士. A nurse. 护士. Oh yeah, I should know 护士. Protect soldier. Yong shi. A warrior. Courage. I don't have courage yet though. Yong shi. And then oh yeah, shi bing. Sure shi. Interesting.
是 之 是
Sorry.
呀
Okay. Alright. Alrighty then. Oh! We crossed a new milestone. I'm looking forward to next month. We have all the characters from, or at least according to this, we have all the characters of HSK 1 to 3 at our disposal when we start messing around with like creation, you know, production. Neat. Honestly, that's a lot of stuff there, but you found a speedrunner who was trying to do what you did? Oh yeah? How's that going, Fictitious? Is that like, are they a streamer? And are you seeing what they're talking about in their thought process? Are you able to see their thought process and whatnot, or? Here's a little fun thing. Speedrunning is happening in Clear Obscure as well, but they're using like the tower. They gave up on it for the day. Oh, okay. There's like the endless tower run and whatnot, and there was a patch on Clear Obscure yesterday, and now in Act 3, you can intentionally modify the game, and there are challenge modifiers. So now you can cap. Originally from Act 1 to Act 2, the cap is 9,999, and now they've offered 2 challenge modifiers in Act 3, which is you can cap your damage at 99,999 or 999,999. So they did 2 tiers, and you can multiply the enemy's health by 20x, 30, 40, 50, 60, all the way up to 100. Or it's like 20, 30, 40, 50, then like 80 and 100. And my first thought is, oh, that's where was that? It was a couple of days late, but it is kind of fun. And the very last boss, Simone is allowed to be replayed over and over again. So like you can re-challenge that dude. But it would be interesting if they go back and have them all be triggered again. That's interesting. So I'm half tempted to do like, I don't know, rush to do like a tower an endless tower run where you cap your cap your life intentionally. That's kind of fun. the tower run, it would have been secretly would have been wonderful if it incorporated some sort of like roguelike just for the tower part, the endless tower. But I think it's, yeah, I don't remember how many they covered, but it wasn't like the JRPG everything situation. Speedrun, huh? They gave up for the day. How long have they been working on the speedrun? Are you? Is this like day 2, day 3, or how long has it been going? Alright, try to lock in. 1 2
温室，
在温室里种橙子，
温室。Oh. What am I looking at? Oh no. I don't know what I'm looking at. Are those two separate things, or are they? Man, the bottom right character or component is not landing. Oh, that's a Chinese mile, isn't it? That's why it's not landing. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Okay, what is this button? Skip the current. No, see, that's not how that works. I'm pretty sure that's not how that. You know, I'm gonna take a jab. I feel like it could be. No, I don't know. That's probably gonna be one, like, it's complete blank. It's been several weeks since I felt so lost on a character. That is infinite loss. There's just nothing. No blank. Saying what they are didn't do anything. I tried. That's disappointing.
除了下雨，我每天都去跑步。
练习，
我没做完那道练习。
Stop giving me this. I'm gonna keep pushing until it gets to the end, see if anything pops up. Maybe I can. It'll. Yeah, just absolutely nothing. There's nothing at all.
母，
No. Oh, wait. No. Wait. No. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Just kidding. Man, this feels like Do from today in WaniKani. Alright. I don't know what that is yet.
母猪
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 种
Oh, wait. I know.
中
Oops. Yeah, it is part of cock. Whoa. We did it. Wait, how do I... Why do I think it's Zhong though? Did it have something to do with a bell? Was that supposed to be a bell? But I mean, it's bell, but what did the Chinese... Oh, it's Chinese mile away. Okay.
终止
政府已经终止了这项计划。
Terminate, yeah.
嘴角
他嘴角挂着微笑。
Wow, what a clutch. That was a bit clutch. And it was in the recess of my back brain, wherever it was. We pulled it out of
显
the ether. This
分钟
helped.
10到5分钟，
This helped. The fun zone.
理动物
孩子们喜欢看动物。
绝望
他感到绝望了。
Wait, 绝望. Okay, 绝望了. That's not it. I typed the wrong accent or tone. Oh. That's 水说.
掉
How does this work? Oh.
泪城墙
古城墙，
法晚上
电影今天晚上几点开始？
鸡汤。
我喜欢吃鸡汤。
I'll have to think about that.
冻。谁说？
谁说我喜欢他？
哭。可。照片。
我们再拍一张照片。
前往。
乘机前往香港。
It is toward, but more like to go to, but it's still toward. Head toward. Hoang.
房价。
很多人买不起这里的房价。
急。
I couldn't decide.
基础。
打下基础。
有。
Oops.
例如。
我喜欢运动，例如游泳。
比赛。
Oh,
我们今天有一场足球比赛。
that's what I type B in Japanese. Exercise day. I see. Okay. Hold. Oops. Got the wrong thing there. Oh, yeah.
分校。
你去过那个分校吗？
What? Like branch school? Oh, branch campus, yeah. Okay.
制度。
一个复杂的经济制度。
I typed the wrong thing. That's fine.
省。演员。
他是个很厉害的演员。
制定。
我们需要制定一个计划。
It's something like plan.
故意。
别对他生气，他不是故意的。
I guess intentional. I didn't mean to type the Lee.
街道，
这里的街道很安静。
Oh, wrong. Typed the wrong tone. I'm like, what the heck? Hmm. Okay. What is that? Oh. Oh, no, wait. What the? Oh. Oh, Jill. No. Bao Jing. Wait. What? Huh.
报警，
他看到小偷后立刻报警。
决赛，
昨晚的足球决赛非常精彩。
Hi. My gut feeling failed me.
始终，
他始终相信梦想会成真。
优越，
他总觉得自己比别人优越。
Hmm.
媒体，
媒体报道了这个事件。
Oh no. I lost it. Okay. I got it back. Right? I don't know if I got it back. I don't know if that's... No, it's not. I lost it. Right. Random blank time. That's kind of infuriating. Yeah, it's just a random blank. Me? Oh. Do I have it back? No, I don't. So disappointing. It's the left side. I had it and then it's gone and there's no way to get it back at the moment. You have a road, a head, and a caliper. Yeah, there's nothing. So what happened here?
老旧，
这双鞋子很老旧。
That is old. I'm just gonna put old. uh,
预约，
他没有预约。
uh,
反，
man, I typed it wrong.
古老，
这是一座古老的城市。
诗，
No, no, that's not that. That's not that.
确实，
确实的消息。
That is true. Genuine is good. Genuine is acceptable.
安检，
登机前要接受安检。
安检 Deliberate. Yeah, that should be intentional as well. And intentionally. Okay.
大蕉，
香蕉跟大蕉很像。
月，
Oh yeah, and pass. That's right. Pass. No, it's not there. Oh wait. I got it. Do I? No, this is just a mental block. Oh, that's a huge mental block though. Yeah, that's a huge mental block.
Li,
Oops. Missed it.
办公室，
有人每天打扫办公室。
导演，
他导演了多部影片。
Okay. It's reinforcing the Dao. To guy. Was it to guy to? Ah, typed the wrong phone.
.形状，
这房间的形状是矩形。
Huh.
放声大哭，
当他听到坏消息时，他放声大哭了。
社区，
社区活动中心。
What else? Shape, appearance. You could kind of say style, but it should take appearance for sure. I was gonna type vibe.
活该，
活该，谁叫你不听我的话？
冒险，
我想要冒险去。
安，种族，
美国有许多不同种族的人。
岛，美术，
美术学院。
彩色，
彩色照片。
Oh, this was the weak one yesterday too. Whoops. Keep typing Qian instead of Qing. That happened again. It's maybe the fourth time. Despite knowing what it is.
技术，
他的技术还不错。
血压，
病人的血压平稳。
困苦，
战争时，他们的生活相当困苦。
背景，
这幅画的背景是一片湖。
Oh, what? Oh.
互联网，
他们使用互联网来销售产品。
景，喜庆，
婚礼的气氛非常喜庆。
工资，
工人的工资很低。
Funds. Yes, funds work too. Right?
外币，
我要换外币。
典故，
你知道这个典故的出处吗？
危险，
那条路很危险。
交警，
交警在十字路口。
What? 工资? Oh, income. I was. It was It's more like wage and salary they're going for. Wing it. Okay.
约会，
我们约会去看电影。
保险，
我们提供各种不同类型的保险。
利，
Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Like, okay.
增，营房，
我们必须返回营房。
Uh-oh. Yesterday's stuff.
总，贵族，
这位女士来自一个古老的贵族家庭。
宴，
No. I already had this. Now I have a memory block. The memory block. Oh, so aggravating. Oh. Uh,
压力、生命、
I pulled the trigger. That didn't work.
同样、
他们有同样的兴趣。
What? Oh.
概论、
社会学概论。
Another block. Another block. Know this. Yeah.
保证、
靠不住的保证。
Or guarantee, yeah.
警车、
小心，有一
Oops.
被子、
我的被子是蓝色的。
I misspelled. Gut feeling failed. I think this is fine. And then oh no, maybe it's not fine. No, that's fine. I have a block on the right. At the right? Is, I think. Oh no, it's not. I think it's actually the left. Can't tell. Because I'm pretty sure I already typed this. Yeah, something is...
则、
Right? Yeah. Or not. Oh, it's not. That doesn't make any sense either, though.
吵架，
我不想再吵架了。
Oral. Yeah, so the left side was in. Yeah, so, oh, this one, I don't know. This one's just fine.
赢，拍，
Ah, so weak. This one is a problem. It's very often it's a problem. I want to say it's like, yeah, a problem. Been weak for some time now. Patient, I forget this too.
.示范，
我先给大家示范一下。
转，
Hello there, Bill. Hello, hello. Hmm. Hmm. I draw a blank. Hmm.
必，
Yeah. Hmm. So, let me think of the things that are conflicting with this. The Japanese is arrange. Soku. No, it's not Soku. Bundle is conflicting. Foreman. The foreman is conflicting. So I don't know what the foreman is doing. James Bond is conflicting, but I feel like that is kind of related.
整
Yeah. So you know, you said you were going to talk about college tonight, but you're actually meeting with a counselor tomorrow. Sorry, in the meantime, you decide to pick German back up? Oh, German now, huh? What inspired you for German? What is Zheng for? Also kind of to arrange, but I should add arranged. Entire, yeah. Entire is not the greatest at the moment. We're gonna block this out for now. We have the other two. Okay. Gotta run it back on the yeah.
冲
Random block. Well,
赶 颜面
它的颜面充满了温暖。
铁 乌
what? Oh,
至今
至今也没见它的影。
他人
you already put a lot of time and effort into German, so you can't just give it up now. And you're also into German history. That's kind of motivates you. Fair enough. Fair enough. German sounds good. German sounds good. So where are you at with German? What are you doing now?
楼下
我们在楼下见面。
打
Oh, I typed the wrong tone. Section 3, Unit 6 on Duo. You're brushing up on past units and planning to use Anki soon? Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Get to it. What are you learning at the moment? Well, what are the last things? Oh, what were the most recent things you remember you were brushing up on? Oh yeah, enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your dinner. No worries.
Cha.
Oh, it's Hoang. Typed He. Oh, this. Okay.
沙发。
那沙发多少钱？
I see what I messed up there.
渴望。
What am I looking at? Dang. I don't know. Whoops. Oh. What am I looking at here? Oh, wait. Oh.
手。苦。
Oh. Whoops. Okay.
生死。
I don't know why I was drawing a blank on death. Alright. So what is the toughest the mental block? What was the mental block? Dao. Dao was the mental block. And then head. Head and neck is conflicting far too much. Head and neck. And there was one more. Doesn't come to mind anymore. It took a while. And I had to review. Oh, there's also the. The is recurring. And then fine. About 3 things, right? About 3 things. Pretty average. Zoro. Asia. Ing. Yi. Zhi. Shi. Ya. Yo shi. Rong Yan. Rong Yan. It's fine. E.T. Right. Ji shi. Guang xian. Ying dun. Bi xian. 连续 形式 oops 形式形式形式 How does this work? Oh, that's a situation.容易 润齿 润齿 Right. This one's gonna be a problem in the future. Lian Shi Ji Lian Shi Ji Lian Shi Ji Wei 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 Okay. Alright. So yeah, Pinocchio making his way into the English manor on the trail to find how to become a real boy. So he followed some footsteps. Right. Oops. Some footsteps. And Happen and Doug some footsteps that led to some flowers where he dug to discover an apple. And in the apple discovered a page with the next steps to the relic, to the step of becoming a real boy, other than attempting to eat an apple. We have Yoshi is in the bathroom, in his personal bathroom, working on some art. Some art. So he put up some flowers, and he took some hallucinogens, some crazy pills. How did crazy pills work? Like dirt, legs, more dirt, and 9 crazy pills. Started hallucinating and seeing clouds everywhere while he's tossing art everywhere. Yes, that's how it works. Alright. And we have James Bond just chilling outside of his house when suddenly Zorro popped up. It's like, hoo, wah, and sliced into his, whoops, and slice into his suit made of silk. Don't worry, James Bond will get his hat back. I'm kind of curious if there's a mnemonic where, oh no, but it can't involve because James Bond is not one of the. That's interesting. We'll see. The story continues later. So now we have Shrek chilling in his bathroom, chilling in the bathroom of his house. I'm getting ready to dress, and he's dressing up like a soldier in plate armor, right? A little bit of a tight fit. He's dressing up as a knight. Lore accurate. It was a time when he was dressed up as a knight. Okay, and then we have Yoshi. Yoshi? Yes. Yoshi. Oh wait. It's not Ya, it's Ya. Yoshi retreating to the bathroom of the auditorium, but he noticed a portal. Oh, that's not Asia, it's portal. Right. And he was curious, so he entered through the portal, the pipe portal, and suddenly landed in Japan. And in order to get back, it's gotta pick up a cart, right? And cart and start driving back. But that's pretty good. Portal's pretty good. So this was a problem. Ooh. Could be written a little better, but I'm still taking like chances on this. So responsibility. And then doll. No, I think one of the culprits for this character is the head. Head is throwing me off a lot of times. Oh, the guide. I'm getting a bit too much interference from Japanese. Oh, I found out. I remember the other one. It's Jung. It's Jung, which is no, that's east. Right, Jung. No, entire is not great. At the moment it's not sitting very well. And then I'm getting interference from a range, I think, from Japanese. We gotta sort those out at some point. Alright, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. You're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Just feel free to follow along, come on by every once in a while and share in some discussion of your milestones or different realizations. I like sharing reciprocating like feelings, right? The longer you do this, the more consistent you do this, you got lots of stories. One thing I'd like to emphasize about the story thing, it actually came up on another YouTube short from someone else who more or less does this professionally. The idea is when you're trying to build motivation or identity, or even, for lack of a better word, proficiency in one's own legacy, like skills, strength, maybe emotional stability and whatnot, those strongly correlate with your ability to record, literally have built legacy and expression, right? build stories, and stories are what I'm talking about. So I like to encourage people to express things in stories, describe their routines and whatnot. Generally, when someone says, I'm going to start something, right? I'm going to very routinely ask the nature of it. If you're going to eat dinner and you come back, I'm going to ask you about your dinner, right? Describe it, observe it, record it, right? Then it doesn't necessarily always have to lead to active participation. However, oftentimes when you're able to almost effortlessly be active in recording about the things you do and observe the things you are interested in, over time, being able to build stories and express things make you unshakable, but also charismatic when expressing it. So it deals with creating maybe a sense of security in all of that self-consciousness that is rampant when it comes to the internet. Perhaps that is the greatest boon in terms of the accessibility of creating content or recording content. However, it is very much a missed opportunity, I would say. Perhaps an unseen opportunity to develop a lot more self-confidence and motivation and instilling legacy building. So for example, when nowadays if someone comes up to me and say, well, that's okay, you only put in a couple hours learning this anyways, it's not like you're gonna learn anything, you're gonna quit in the next couple of days. Well, I didn't, right? Although I don't really need necessarily this stuff to demonstrate my commitment and self-confidence when it comes to learning and having experience. I have already documented that. And oftentimes defaulting to something very reductive like a degree is not, in my opinion, not necessarily sufficient to create a sense of credibility for self or accountability for self. Because if you think about your bachelor's or your master's or your PhD in whatever, ultimately when you ask that person if they have strong credibility and whatnot, they would explain all the different steps and anecdotes and valuable experiences that occurred in the process of attaining those degrees, and not necessarily someone who waves words and accolades as though they are self-explanatory to someone else, right? I think the strength comes when the ability, it's maybe a side effect or a perk. We'll say it's a perk, a development perk. If you're continuously being able to express and hold yourself accountable for being active in your daily lives. And it starts with recording. I mean, that's kind of the whole idea of keeping myself consistent in language learning, regardless of the method, regardless of the efficacy or the efficiency or people projecting their insecurities onto me. I rarely feel any of that insecurity because I'm working very diligently with discipline and consistency, and I record and hold myself accountable. And I like to believe that even the most inefficient way of demonstrating, or the most consistent way of demonstrating something particularly inefficient, contrary to a lot of people's beliefs, will lead me to a satisfying outcome in which I can describe the ups and downs and pros and cons of my interpretation of particular methods. So when someone comes at me and say, well, this is garbage, and I'll ask you, how is it garbage? And if that person say, well, it's just garbage, that to me, I'm not threatened by that, nor am I gonna lose emotional stability from that. Alternatively, generally speaking, individuals who like to use reductive knowledge and reductive emotional projection often are individuals who I don't share a lot of connection with because they can't express anything in the first place, or they rarely are able to explain their grievances. Like sometimes when someone says, wow, this really sucks, like explain how it sucks to me. It creates it can lead to catharsis and self-confidence in the other person, as opposed to saying, I don't know why it sucks, it just sucks. Well, for lack of a better phrasing from an outside perspective, it sucks that it sucks for you, but you don't have enough expression or ability and accountability to bring me into it, right? Bring me into why it sucks. And building stories around it can raise that level of self-awareness. I think self-awareness goes a long way to presenting that catharsis for the self, where, yeah, you know, I don't know what the best way is to go about it, but if I start here, I know I'll get somewhere that I'll be satisfied with, largely because I'm going to build stories, hold myself accountable, refine and learn from those mistakes or experiences. And oftentimes in the back of my head, I often tell myself, if I can't explain things to myself with the self-awareness that I have of myself, then sharing these things would probably be pretty lackluster as well. So again, everyone's free to follow along. Come on by, share with me your takes, your ups and downs, explain in a diligent way, and we can certainly make a day of it, you know, a discussion of it. That's personally what something can be done in the meantime while constantly focusing on our projects and whatnot. At least I think so. And it certainly increases the odds of forming professional relationships and potential personal relationships. And honestly, what greater value do you have? I would love to hear compelling arguments. What greater value do you have than spending your human life interacting or having the opportunity to interact with other humans? Personally, your tools and your monitors, the magical 100,000 number of people, there's no feedback from that. Like, what I mean is there's no soul or human response from that. So being able to express, catalog, answer questions, and holding yourself accountable for the things you do in order to express and communicate with other individuals, that's your legacy, at least in my opinion. It's a legacy that's unmatched by a unfilling machine, for example, in contrast to an unfilling machine. So yeah, come on by. We'll certainly do some coffee drinking talk if you're interested. So for now, for those who are interested only in Chinese, I'm done for the day. So 大家下次见, right? See you all next time for that. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Duolingo Japanese. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は311日、11日目です。It is day 311. We're kind of taking some bye days for level up on WaniKani, and then still got one like Neverwinter thrown in there. So we have some extra days to practice. So occasionally, like I said, during the off days or the other days that I'm not doing heading back to Duolingo, I would take a gander, and this is what I'm going to do. This is usually what I do in between. I go to the character section. Usually it snaps right to the current one, but I didn't actually do any exercises the first day. We're kind of just falling back into the groove of things. And I would look at this, and it's kind of like a puzzle game to me at this point. So the attempt is to do this routine in between, and then at the end of today, I'll attempt to do something else to reinforce it. So we're just at the moment we're filling it out. So yeah, so much like that. So I'm gonna attempt to gather whatever I can remember from this. So this I'm gonna say Yokin. Yokin is deposit, I think. We'll find out if they're correct or not in the exercise. So deposit, Yokin. Verb, hiraku. Hiraku. Verb is to open. I think I'm gonna stick to Japanese for the most part. I'm gonna do the same thing I do with HanziHero, where I say the Japanese thing and then think to the English thing, unless it involves trying to figure out what it is. So, tojiru. Tojiru. I think it's ansho bango. Ansho bango. Yoshi. Aikeshi. Aikeshi. Kiju. Back to that. Zandaka. Zandaka. Shiharau. Shiharau. And then harau. Shiharau. Genkin. Sho. 照明照明照明哦Oh, this is Kinu. Kinu. I think. Ryo something. Ryoshu? Ryosho. Wait, no. It's like Ryo. Ryo Shu Sho. Ryo Shu Sho. Or something like that. Ryo Shu Sho. Yeah, Ryo Nyongae. Nyongae. Betsu Betsu. Ooh. Oh, Otsuri. Otsuri. Koza. Koza. Oh boy. I think I missed something. Ji? Oh no, this is Nomaji. Nomaji. Oh no. I missed something. I don't think this stands alone. Question mark. Oh, wait. Oh, Okanemachi. Okanemachi. That's fine. And then, Kokite. I think that's all of them. I think we're pretty good. That's not bad. So what I typically do on a singular day in between is I take a glance. So it'll look like this. And I basically in my head I look, I scan, and this is the reason why I do it this way is going from, so Duolingo lists their units by new character. So these are new characters and these are old characters. And what they do is they go from left to right and then up to down, like top to bottom. And this is based on occurrence in the unit. So in order to leverage that, I scan. So I scan from left to right, top to bottom, right? So left to right, I scan this way, but I scan each one paralleled. So when you're scanning, you first scan this. So is this, I look at the first thing, is this related to this? It's not. And then I go down here. Is this related to this? And I keep scanning. So if it does relate to this, does it relate to the next thing? And that's how I do it. And that routine gives me a quick way to use the layout that they have in order for me to constructively like do a routine that allows me to associate characters together myself. And then while I'm doing that, I'm also doing everything that I learned from WaniKani at the same time. So while I'm scanning this way, right? While I'm scanning, I then apply all of WaniKani's strategies, which is radicals, characters, which leads to reads, right? Meanwhile, at the interface of this, it leads down to the words. And then this is where Duolingo comes back around and converges on words. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. We're going to do this for day 1, right? This is going to be day 1 into day 2 recall is what I'm going to do. And then in between here, there are going to be rest days or every other day because of my schedule. So there will be like practice days or practice glances. And what I would do is I would do this routine for like less than 2 minutes. It doesn't take really long. Like I look at it, it's like, okay, I don't, I do, I don't, I do, I don't, I do. Okay, we're gonna say like, we'll be a little bit more generous, like less than 5 minutes. And that's what I do. I don't learn more things. I don't, in the background, like do the next unit or something. It's strictly practice. This is practice. And again, agree to disagree for maybe the other people who don't present their cases and whatnot. I personally enjoy doing practice. Practice is leveraging what, in my opinion, adults require. In my opinion, it's part of the equation. Being consistent when you're doing small bursts, like burst of reinforcement. Adults, in my opinion, in my mind, for myself, require more practice than learning. Increasing constant volume of new material without wrapping through practice is something that I feel is lost, or it's not is voluntary for an adult but is necessary for a child. So like a child, when you're learning a language for the first time, it's obligatory. Whether you're practicing or not, you're practicing because it's obligatory. An adult requires a choice and they have to be regular about it. So that's how I go about it. And then that's the attraction of SRS. But maybe SRS, I don't see SRS as something that is framed by the content or the method. Like WaniKani decide to choose to use radicals, characters, and reads, but SRS is also reading on a daily basis. SRS is listening to your favorite podcast for 10 minutes each day because you want to, because it's part of your lifestyle. That's where I go to illustrate the parallelisms, right? And that's what I do now. And then after today's session, I will see how long it takes to do the next step that I typically do because I like to do it, which is grouping the verbs and grouping the terminology together in some sort of web. This introduces meaning association that from all the stuff that I've gathered, like all the times I'm practicing or outputting, I'm using that as a form of input to arrange all the characters. And then I'm doing that while writing the characters because I enjoy writing. So that's what we'll do now. And the reason why this looks a little different from when I left, when I took that 6-month break from the calculated break from WaniKani to start at WaniKani is because now I don't do these things the same way anymore. I actually find ways to integrate reinforcing whatever I use and methods that I would use in WaniKani so that I'm not losing time or lack of layering things by compartmentalizing them. Like, oftentimes people talk about practice where if you're doing A, then you're not doing B, and when you're doing B, you're not doing A. I conservatively absolutely disagree with someone's ability to think that this is the most efficient thing to do. In fact, even in B, you're probably doing B naught and B prime, or B prime and B prime 2, right? 2 prime. The idea is that you can still try to creatively reinforce the methods. They become complementary to each other, not supplementary. Like, people use the word supplementary a lot, and that's accurate. That's exactly the mindset. But most of these things I think are complementary, if not can be integrated together. I deliberately choose to do things in a way that challenges myself to see how can I group them all together, because at some point the glue that binds all of these things together is your knowledge of Japanese or your knowledge of the target language. So despite constantly bickering about how you exclusively do this, exclusively do that, ultimately the result is whichever method or thing you're engaging in, your core knowledge is going to associate all of them together. It allows someone to come on Duolingo and criticize it for having synthetic voices, because that synthetic voice, your knowledge of the synthetic voice allows you to evaluate multiple things that have different approaches to pronunciation. So when you're building that up from the other way around, you can take multiple methods, multiple inputs from various things, and you can integrate them and associate them based on your body of knowledge. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I've gathered quite a bunch of knowledge from WaniKani in terms of both the content, the Japanese language, as well as the methods involved. So then I come up with a way to make those methods overlap. Obviously I don't like make them perfectly overlap or spend a diminished return in time, right? Like, if you can spend excess time to try to overlap them ideally. That's not where we're going for. We typically go for balance or moderation. There are clear ways for me to go through the WaniKani cycle and interact in a way with Duolingo that emphasizes both of them. And now, by establishing this connection that I'm doing, when I go back to WaniKani, it will be reinforced. Whatever I learned in Duolingo was the basis for a lot of the WaniKani stuff. Like, there are days where I'm blitzing through WaniKani because the methods that I brought to Duolingo for the first 300 days was from the time when I was learning science, right? Scientific things, like connecting 3 abstract theorems, right? Theories of, genetic principles is incredibly abstract as well, despite it being in your language, in English. Abstraction is language as well. So using lots of those techniques, I don't constantly unlearn myself in order to learn something new. I build upon the things I have. So often when someone says, how do you start learning a language? You start by asking yourself what works already, and then go out there, look, and see what you can incorporate into it, in my opinion. Now, you could be a goober and say, you want to start fresh. then know that it is incredibly tough at first. So you would have to stick to a method long enough to understand what you're looking for and what you're intendedly going to refine. But those who like scout and think that they're developing a new routine from scratch, all of the routines you're going to pick up will have a latency and learning curve. You'll have to establish discipline, schedules around it, a lifestyle around it, because you want it to be consistent. The most consistent way to create a new habit is to revolve your lifestyle around it. I was talking yesterday to Not Tom Nook, and he was able to describe a routine that he built up over like the last couple months, and that routine requires a shift in lifestyle. So you don't have to necessarily take your prior experience, but you have to also understand that it does require you to start somewhere and develop a routine. So in this case, if you're wandering the desert for an ideal approach to something, you start with something. I think that is highly recommended. Not looking for the most ideal situation and or ideal method. I believe that most people who are out there, who are influencers and whatnot, who offer a method, most of them are sharing a lot of their experience. So any one of those methods can be a starting point, but know that it is a starting point. I think a person is greater than the sum of what's offered as a compartmentalized representation of someone else's experience. So when you have an expert, I suppose, of 20 years plus who says this is the tool that can help you get started on language learning, then it is a tool that helps you get started on language learning. And if they say it guarantees fluency, I would step back and ask myself, is that a thing? Because for myself, I would say I will continue to use it to get to an end point. But generally speaking, for me, that's where the nuance starts setting in. If they are guaranteeing you for a lifetime thing, meanwhile their product and their methods tend to diversify over time, then that's not true. That's, in my opinion, it's a marketing stunt. But nevertheless, they can say truthful things like, oh, they do this their entire life. That's true, but they didn't only do that. I would very, very unlikely to accept that someone does that. So this is kind of like a great opportunity for me to explain and show that I actually just recently I had to go back and reorganize all the videos for YouTube, like rename them and reorganize them, and I'm still in the process of doing that. Because of going back to Duolingo Japanese, I can finally illustrate that you take your experiences and you chuck them back, like you refined on them, dumping experiences because they don't put out anymore. For lack of a better phrase, I agree with you. For most of the people who are very upset, that is a waste of time. When you constantly do things and you constantly spend more time, increasingly more time at dispensing things that you have learned and you have used, like, oh, this isn't worth my time anymore, let's just dump it. Like, oh, I'm already done with this, let's just dump it and forget that. To me, that's not transformative. That's replacing things over and over again. And I totally agree with most people who emotionally feel that it's a waste of time when you spend most of your time trying to forget something before starting another thing. That's that to me is what I see when you're a child, when you're still filling out and picking things that are important to you. And as you get older, right? As you get older, gain more experience, the stuff that you have become less and less dispensable. Time becomes more and more valuable in the sense of perception. You understand more and more the value of your time. So it's kind of ironic that in this day and age, time is both valuable but also treated as a trivial measurement because the behavior does not coincide with the sentimentality. Like, oh, I don't have a lot of time, and yet you spend an exorbitant amount of time trying to find the ideal situation to get started. And then when that ideal situation does not meet your requirements, you dump that ideal situation. So yes, you wasted that time. And that's kind of something that I don't resonate very well. When someone says, oh, I started on Duolingo, but I basically didn't remember anything, so I wasted my time, so I went on to the next tool, and the next tool did better, but it's not quite as good, so I'm going to move on to the next tool. And then every subsequent tool will make you want to forget and abandon previous subsequent experiences, because for whatever reason, in my opinion, there are a lot of reasons. I'm going to say like 5 or 6 core reasons. I don't want to go into it at the moment. That made it so that it seems like people they tend to attempt to displace experiences as opposed to accumulate experiences. I don't know when this transition became a majority approach, but in language learning, that is it translated, like it coincides with video games. When someone play a video game, they see it as a completion, but they see it as dispensable experience, as in you play a video game, and if it's not that one ideal video game series that you have, then you do not make associations and juxtapositions and contrasts to reinforce your memory of future video games if they're not related specifically and ideally to that one task, instead of, in my opinion, exercising creativity in a way that you hold on to those experiences, right? Like Souls games, right? For example, I call them soulless-like games, out of like being memey. For every soulless-like game, I think about, well, what could that character be? As an example from a game that is narrative driven, right? So there are relationships that you can make to reinforce things. Like, what if I made this character into the character that's in this game's story? Let's build upon that character. Hey, what kind of character should I play in this character RPG? How about I recently watched, let's say, Gintama, and let's make the character after Gintama. So now you're relating I'm relating my anime experience, reinforcing my anime experience with Gintama with a video game. Instead, I feel the normal thing to do, or the normalized thing to do, is, oh yeah, if this doesn't have a number 2 on it, then I try not to think about how it relates to other things. It just relates to 2. So if like Elden Ring 2 comes out, that's the extent of the experience you can pull. You pull from comparing it to Elden Ring 1 or a FromSoft game, for example, as opposed to pulling from your entire experience, right? And like continuing to pull from all your experiences. Oftentimes you might be thinking, well, Maku, you're talking out of your butt. Like, what evidence do you have for that type of thing? Well, I don't have like strong statistical, but I do have behavioral anecdotes to share. Like, for example, when someone says, and I'm sure you'll find at least 9 out of 10 people who will say this, oh, I'm a first-person shooter player. That game is a deck builder. Like, I don't like deck builders. The only experience that are important to me are first-person shooters. That's not exactly what they say. They say it even more bluntly. Like, I play first-person shooters. I don't like deck builders. Or I play deck builders, but I don't play puzzlers. that is selective efficiency, right? That is someone telling me, and then they would start with something like, oh, I like playing video games, and the first video game I would mention, they're like, oh, I'm not interested in that because it's not a insert whatever biases you have about exploring creativity, right? Because entertainment and pleasure is a creative art form. Finding out what you like and dislike, yes, also finding out what you dislike or are disinterested, and then interacting with other people, like other cultures and other languages, is an exploration of self. You become more creative when you include more things, but generally speaking, because of the hyper algorithmic driven internet, it's surprising how much people can know so much about one topic, in my opinion, which is incredibly impressive in its own right, and yet have an incredibly small world in highly rudimentary, underdeveloped specialization of their skill. Like, there was a time when specialization, in my opinion, is incredibly impressive, but oftentimes that specialization it encompasses a larger dynamic inclusion of that skill set. Now we have a point in which it's so fine point that when someone looks at one method of learning language and it doesn't fulfill like the ideal situation, like 80 to 90% of your criteria, somehow it's considered not viable for learning, like not conducive or a waste of time. And then everything outside of that will be considered a waste of time. So you spent so long, in my opinion, you spent a vast majority of the time always hoping that the ideal situation comes up in which you can then learn something or be engaged in something. And my thought about that is, if you're working on a life skill, I hope that your life is so environmentally stable that you can continue to find solace and security and confidence that occurs all the time. In reality, I would say the vast majority will not be able to find ideal situations in order to do that or perform that task. So as a skill to develop is the ability to be adaptive, right? Adaptive and incorporate and integrate multiple changes and dynamics, because those things allow you to be tolerant, compromising, and also, in my opinion, a plug for the secret perk, that security that you feel that regardless if the road falls off the track a little or you hit a speed bump and you have to repair your tires and stuff, you got this. You got this. There's no insecurity. When someone comes up to me and say, you're never going to become fluent using Duolingo, it's like, I'm okay. That's fine. Like, I see the path that I'm going to take. I see multiple paths that I could take in case something happens. What do you see? You see someone using a singular path that you did, and there was no other path to the victory or to your goals. So you go around, in my opinion, projecting your insecurities, while I would try to ask you, what is it that make you so insecure about this? Like, I'm not concerned. My question is, how are you so concerned about like the establishment of bad habits? For myself, when I think about a habit, I think about something that's malleable for a lifetime. And that might be a bias I personally have. Like, if you notice I keep making this mistake, well, if you point it out, I'm okay with it. I'll spend the next couple of days reworking it or something like that. That like the FOMO and the fear that I seem to receive, despite people not even knowing me at all, not surprising, because impressions are done in like the first 5 minutes, right, or even less. They would go about and say things like, oh, you're going to regret it. It's like, Oh, really? I mean, the problem with that is it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because emotionally they will have a counter argument regardless of the outcome. If I do regret it later down the road, they will have the satisfaction of saying, I told you so. If I say I'm not going to regret it, I will try my best not to regret it, and then I didn't end up regretting it, they would say, well, you were just doing it to prove me wrong. That, to me, is someone who doesn't understand the process, who does not have trust or confidence in themselves, so they project that onto another person, and no matter what that other person does, they are going to be in the wrong, right? Because it's after the fact. Most of the stuff is after the fact. But I can tell you now, I think Duolingo Japanese, how I've been interacting with Duolingo Japanese to bring it back, is very fun. Like, it's enjoyable. I do quite like doing this for some time. And we're going to do some other stuff later down the road. Duolingo is finite though. However, the experience that I've had using Duolingo so far has been very informative. It tells me a lot about what is keeping people consistent nowadays, which is very different. I don't think this stuff, it's interesting how technology has changed the way people interact with learning, and also the emotional consequences, and in my opinion, the complete necessity for discipline. Like, this stuff, in my opinion, the way, like, being consistent, motivation, scheduling, and whatnot, those are the foundations that did not exist, or those are the foundations that are learned without the aid of technology, and now they are part of technology's convenience. So the question is, how can you leverage technology's convenience to develop other skills? I do have to admit though, I personally like having this skill and ability to understand patterns, arrangements, line them up, interact, like how to interact them, and using creativity to have fun doing that. And visually, it might look chaotic, but it's incredibly organized. Like, I can explain how I go about this, so this is my attempt. I hope that other people will come up with their own strategies. It doesn't have to look like this. It can look as avant-garde as you can. In my opinion, that's incredible. Unfortunately, my experience have told me that a tool defines a person's capacity to learn now. I think that's easily one of the most iterated piece of advice that I have heard or projected from their biases from the vast majority of people that I've met so far in language learning. Those who are not here, who came by to give me a one word of wisdom that they believe they learned something, they cracked the code to learning after, like, which I actually can't confirm, so it doesn't really matter to me how trustworthy it is, or it does matter to me how trustworthy it is, but when they state like, oh, I'm N3 or N1, yeah, but you're N0 in learning. That went backwards. So the idea is, regardless of someone's competence, I believe when you become a learner, you also have a whole host of learning experience. And saying something without demonstrating what your learning experience is not advice about learning, is projecting your insecurities a lot of times, right? N1 does not make you a great learner. Explaining your learning process demonstrates your legacy and your understanding and experience with learning. So when someone says just read, that person can be an incredibly brilliant person but they, in my opinion, they sold themselves short because they did not really evaluate how to teach and explain themselves. So here's my attempt. Obviously, it's kind of mid. My WaniKani like explainers and stuff have become a little bit lackadaisical. So I think going back to Duolingo kind of allows me to demonstrate some of the like steps that are involved in WaniKani. So when I get another context, when I use another tool, I can demonstrate, compare and contrast the workflow in my head, right? The stuff that I've been doing in my head, and then how they interact with each other. So this is a great example of how it gives me an opportunity for leveraging some of the WaniKani stuff. And it's for fun. Like some people say, well, you're wasting your time. You're overcomplicating the method. And you're overcomplicating the method to become fluent in Japanese. Like, well, my goal is not to become fluent in Japanese. It's to be able to learn things in different ways, because that's my focus. The focus of these demonstrations are that any combination of something that I do may inspire someone to find their singular or fewer refined strategies in order to be successful in their own goals. My goal is not Japanese fluency. It is being able to encourage people to seek their creative problem-solving skills in order to do anything like they want to a satisfactory degree, not to the degree that some arbitrary person has placed on a standardization on a creative process or a voluntary process, to the standard of that person's satisfaction. I think one thing, and I've harped on this a couple times already now, it's very disappointing and it's also disheartening that there are brilliant people who are able to focus far better than I do, despite them claiming they don't have any form of focus. And then talking about like ADHD and ADD, they focus quite substantially. The difference, in my opinion, is their focus is placed somewhere that gives diminished return. And one of the biggest sinks, in my opinion, arguably, is trying to do your best to believe that you don't understand anything about how you learn, and failing, in my opinion, or deliberately avoiding the context of your prior experience in order to take in new learning methods. So you go and you blindly trust someone who clearly does not have the same experience background that you have, and rarely ever consider what you bring to the table. So when you're talking about like immersion, you're doing what immersion looks like to another person, to the person who's selling you the product, and yet there is no consideration for self-evaluation and transformative potential from you, right? So the idea is, oh yeah, you know what? I should learn Japanese the best way. Let me drop everything that I do and everything that I worked on and all that because this person knows better. This person definitely has the same experience that I do. So let's just go ahead and spend less than a month reshaping or creating the schedule to fit something in. I kind of understand where they're coming from, because a lot of those tools say, oh, just follow this tool, and like they try their best. It's a one size fits all. If millions of people are using it, then there are millions of variants and spuriousness introduced. So if like tens of millions of people use Duolingo, then it will be mid on average, because there are a lot of variances of people's needs. It's a one-size-fits-all model. And that is true for most dynamic things still to this day. When you're talking about, oh yeah, do immersion, it's like, is the immersion interesting to you? Because that content's got to come from somewhere. So if you hate science and they decided, oh, YouTube podcast series on science is great, and you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna uproot and grind through this. Like, yeah, you can choose to do that if you want. It will work. Most of those stuff will work with willpower, right? Willpower will get you to learn stuff. But my hot take here is spending so much time trying to change yourself instead of adapting yourself to something is the impression I get most of the time. Someone comes by and say, hey, here's my 2 cents. Do what I do, or do what this person do. That would be very important. Instead of, hi, how are you? Let's exchange some stories. Let's get to know each other a little bit. Or you can see the rest of my thousands of hours of videos and get to know me a little. If you're really interested in helping or exchanging, we can talk about you. We can talk about me. We can share. Because I earnestly feel like that it offers a wonderful perk. It gets you to this. At least it got me to this, where I start thinking, well, Duolingo is very disjointed, right? There's a lot of random sentences, and those sentences are very disjointed. WaniKani only tells you words, and the context sentences do not give you grouping and stuff. So how do I group them together so then I can be using them in the future? Well, I've read stories before in my native language, or my common language, English. I've explained things and conversed things to my parents about in a foreign language that I can't read, right? So how do I go about solving those issues or inherently creating those things? Well, I have an idea along the way. I have at least 3 or 4 years worth of ideas along the way. And that 3 to 4 years of ideas will change when I meet other people, when I get more input from other people's stories. But those stories are dependent on how well those people express their problems, express their workarounds and solutions. That to me is my ideal case of what it's like for the future of language learning. I would love to see that future of language learning become something like that, instead of, or like as opposed to what is currently true, which is you drop a name, you drop a buzzword, and you infer that they're the gold standard without awareness of either your own goals. In fact, sometimes I think it's incredibly disheartening that when someone says, oh, I want to be like this, and when I ask them, so how do you get there? How are you going to do this? He's like, well, you do this and this. And like, it doesn't sound like you're even doing that. Like, I don't have the necessary heart to explain what they're saying to me. Doesn't sound like they understand how to get there. And along the way, I like to think if I ask enough questions, it might allow them to look for those things. But generally speaking, I can't tell you, if I had $1 for every time someone said, oh, this guy is basically native-like, and they learned Japanese and is, on the side doing this thing. I'm like, okay, so that's what you want? Can you explain to me what is it, the quality of the thing and the quality of this person that makes you want to be like them? Because sounding like them and doing the things they're doing also requires that you are like them as well. And it can be that. It can work out. If your life happens to be coincidentally like them, then it's very achievable by following whatever they're doing implicitly, right? Implicitly. However, those people are not explicitly giving you the lowdown of what they're doing. they're trusting that when you buy their product, you also, in my opinion, for those who are like professionals and they are releasing these language learning courses, that they are assuming the person who is buying their language courses also have a lot of underlying self-awareness and motivational like upkeep. I'm going to say upkeep, personal upkeep. In fact, the prevailing theory that people keep throwing at my face that's being applied to language learning, a theory that's being applied to language learning, so not the methods themselves. The theory itself requires that you already have those things in check. The upkeep, learning how to self-evaluate, learning that something is not working. So I can explain, at least in my opinion, this is as humble as I would get about this, I would say I have at least an above average ability to explain to myself and to other people when something is not working in great detail, to the point where it's enough to make someone else feel like it's boring and like too much detail. So that is what I feel is incredibly lacking when I see someone, in my opinion, respectfully, put up a video and they explain, this is how I interact with this tool. Like, this is how I learn from this tool. And I see 80 to 90% of the time, it's whatever the tool is providing. So if you want to interact with the tool, go buy the tool. It'll define you. And that'll work. I mean, if it gets you to your goal, excellent. If it doesn't, then it's clearly the tool's problem. And I agree. Emotionally, that would make sense. Because you are defined by the tool. So if the tool doesn't work, it's rational to blame the tool for all your shortcomings, right? That's kind of how the world revolves around right now, especially when I got one small little tidbit anecdote, and then I'll end with that. It's a little bit of a negative. We still got our lesson day ahead of us, so I'll try to end with something a little bit more positive or encouraging. Someone submitted something recently and they got angry that they got a bad grade on it, and it was revealed, like, they voluntarily shared this, and this is just an influencer, someone who shares this publicly, so I'm not necessarily sharing privileged knowledge or anything. So this person said, like, oh, I tried my best to use the ChatGPT in order for me to like develop my writing skill. And then when they submitted it, the way they demonstrated how they used ChatGPT to generate, to like eventually come to the steps that they took to come to their essay, it turns out that, in my opinion, they claim that it does something for their writing, like improves their writing. But what I saw was that they took the prompt that ChatGPT wrote and they iterated on that prompt with next to little understanding of demonstrating how that improved their writing. So they explained what they did, like literally they talked about their step-to-step plans on how to get to this product that sounds great. And when they try to explain how it worked, like I was looking for an explainer, like, why did you do this step? Like, what component of learning did you get from this step? There was none of that. It's often a recipe or a step-by-step program, and those step-by-step programs rarely have feedback and or some sort of breakdown mindset consideration for the user. It's you follow these steps and you're good to go. And that's kind of how I feel when someone says, "Oh, have you engaged in immersion lately?" It's like what you have to do is listen to this podcast by this person, and this person's podcast happens to be the people who's selling that method. There you go. You're welcome. And my first thought is, can you explain to me what does that podcast do for you? And then when you finish the podcast, what do you take away from that podcast? Was there something that you're monitoring, like something you're working towards? Do you have intent behind looking at the podcast? Because if you do not, in my opinion, when you're just trusting a system and you're constantly doing the trust to the system, it can be slightly active, and it's very geared towards however active the system is making you try to be active. However, most of the time when people describe their experiences, it gives me a feeling that they're just passively doing it. There's no active involvement in understanding, okay, oh, I see what they're trying to do here. If I do this and I do this, then it gets me to this, because in this way I am faster, or I get faster at connecting A to B and leap to C, and then some days maybe I could go from A to C and just skip the B step. You're not That's an illustration of understanding learning methods, not spitting out a recipe. Like it's one of those things, like, you want to think, the one last little tidbit, right? You want to think it's like baking. And even then, I would, to all the bakers out there, I'm sorry for this reductive comment, but you want it to be like baking, sort of more like baking than like cooking by eye or cooking by feel, right? Less culinary arts to some extent and more baking, where if you follow the recipe step by step by step, it will get you a product that is great, like, you know, reasonably great by the standards of all the people that have done. That's great, right? And that is the ends, you know, that's the means to an end. When I think about language and I think about culinary arts, do more than that, in my opinion. Do more than that. This is ironic because I just realized I watched another person said something similar. Like, sometimes, I think I'm gonna quote him indirectly, like Vin again. There is such thing as too many rules, too many objective optimization, to the point where you gotta ask yourself, are you doing something to a means to an end, or are you doing something to be transformative and rewarding? Oftentimes, I like to favor the latter more than the former when I'm choosing to use my free time to do things. So how do I get to Japanese fluency? It's not going to look like anyone else. I'm not going to try to make it look like anyone else. I'm not going to deliberately be overly concerned that it has to be like someone else. In fact, it doesn't even have an end. Language learning and life skills don't have an end. So stop, in my opinion, if I had to be direct, stop treating like it has an end. Much like your video games. The things you enjoy has an end. It's weird, in my opinion. It's so undesirable to think that way, at least in my opinion. It's illogical to think that's something you enjoy to do, and you're telling me you like it, and you treat it like it's something that has a finite time. Like, oh, I'm gonna use this until I get bored of it. Like, okay, how about using it until you find something more interesting, but it stays interesting, not because it's expected to get boring. Like, that's basically telling me that you're not creative for now,
you're not creative for now, or people around you, or maybe like myself, I didn't encourage you, or the things around your environment didn't encourage you enough to be creative. Creative enough. People that are not creative, it's not that they are born, like they're inherently not creative. I feel like there's a need for incentive to be creative. And I think internet has taken that out of it. Like, yeah, unintentionally. Because you have examples. You think you've seen every example of every example. So when you're learning a language, it's not possible unless it's the best way. So there's no creative solution nor path to being successful any other way other than the best way. Because according to you, a singular person has done all of it and they have come with the best way. Reality dictates that there's no singular person that has tried everything, because they can't live everything and do everything fresh every single time. So the reality is, when taking advice from a human about learning as a human being, I tend to feel like I try my best to humble myself and not take the route in which I believe that other people's lives don't impact the success of their like learning strategies. So for example, someone say, "Oh yeah, this guy's been learning language for 40 years." And that definitely makes this guy the guru of everything, because those 40 years clearly means that they lived 40 different lifetimes across those 40 years. No, they didn't. They lived one lifetime across a combination and series of things. It's a series of things, not a multi-dimensional analysis. Like, it's not cross-sectional. So yes, whatever that guy says, and if you resonate and you have a lot of overlapping things, it increases your odds of that working out. If it doesn't, then whatever you didn't take into account did not overlap with that person per se, ideally, I suppose. We're not going to even consider the idea of emergent properties. Emergent properties is a whole different layer of spuriousness when it comes to learning methods. But yeah, go out there, experiment, but also get creative, get creative, at least in my opinion. Or try to be a little creative. It's just a smidge bit every day. I think my favorite things, here's something maybe incredibly relatable to those who I'm talking to that might find is empathetic. Like they might have empathy for this. I like when I can explain something that I'm doing in such a simple terms that I'm okay with it. While at the same time, if someone asks me, "Hey, can you explain it into more detail?" it can end up looking like this. So oftentimes when someone asks me a question, my question back is, how detailed do you want it? We'll fill each other out. All right, I'll give you the short answer first. Is that okay? And then they're like, "Oh, that's interesting. And then they have a follow-up question. It's like, "Oh, all right, let's get to it. Let's get to the more details, because I'm very fascinated in your opinions, and then I want you to explain yours in more detail as well, because I invest a lot of time into understanding the way I think and the way I do things. So I'm very passionate about it. This should look complicated, but also can be simplified to the point where someone can enter and start to appreciate it. So I've been building this stuff up as I go. Like, it was simple at first. If you go back to Duolingo Japanese day 1, it's the first thing I've ever did on this language learning journey. It is as simple as it gets. You do Duolingo, And I don't even think I did that much outside of Duolingo. Like, what I mean is, I don't think even during that Duolingo session, I brought maybe some memories in, maybe something referring to anime. So even then, it wasn't vanilla. And now today, the second day, as I have a chance to reflect upon coming back to Duolingo Japanese, this is what it looks like in my head now, all the time. And when I say I have a lot of things to say about any one of these characters, that demonstrates that I've learned a lot, at least to myself, that I've learned a lot of Japanese. Whether it means I'm fluent at speaking Japanese, that's fine. If I can speak a little Japanese, that's fine. The idea is I no longer am the person who's like, is that Aku? Or is that... No, it's not that anymore. No, it's not even close. And it's only been a year and a half. To me, it's only been a year and a half. I think we finally crossed... We're almost at the 1.5 year mark. And I could spend all my stream time only talking about these characters. Right here on the screen. That's how, in my opinion, that's how much information I know about these characters. I could write a diagram. I could write all the stroke order diagrams of this. I could color code every single character. I could create a web from every one of the characters, how it's associated to the English words, and then how those English words can be associated to other characters. Right? That is fantastic. And I hope that other people who are learning, who are following along maybe or something, feels the same way. You look back, you do things, and you realize, wow, it's been a year and a half, and now it looks like this. Instead of sitting there and, in my opinion, I'm looking at those people who post forums and threads all the time, saying that they recall nothing from using Duolingo Japanese, or nothing. You recall nothing from most things because, in my opinion, one of the biggest core problems is most of the activities you do are passive. There's no incentive to remember them. Adult brains need incentives, in my opinion. Children are incentivized to live. They are obligated to need that. Adults need incentives. The older you get, the more likely you're going to have to find ways to reinforce and incentivize remembering these things. Yes, of course, you're going to have trouble recalling most of the things that the tool is doing most of it for you. The tool is doing most of the work for you. I would say it's only reasonable to expect that you only remember the stuff proportional to the amount of effort you placed in. And if it's easy-go-lucky, low resistance, the bootstrapping that you're doing, then I think complaining about something without an awareness of what memory and learning involves is what I see most of the time. And that's what I'm making commentary today about. Are you actively using the tool, or are you passively trusting a program and a tool to define you? So all the flaws of the tool that you cite are going to become your flaws. All of the tool's conveniences are going to be your short conveniences that you need for the future. So if you need a tool to schedule your study like your study time, how do you extract that from the tool? Like, how do you actively start doing that yourself? If you don't, then yeah, for the future, for the rest of your life, you're going to need a tool that schedules things. So hopefully in the future, all your tools will have a schedule for you because you do not extract that for yourself. So when someone they do not remember anything about the sentences and the vocabulary they learn in Duolingo, or they're like 5 or 10 minutes of review, My guess is there are far more things. If I observe the person, there are probably far more things that indicate that they are passively doing a mechanical input, thinking that they are extracting the information. That goes for WaniKani. That goes for that goes for immersion reading. That goes for CI applied immersion stuff. If you are passive, then the convenience of the tools are there to help you stay on task. Now, after all the dust settles from the tools, you pull out a blank sheet of paper, you pull out a voice recorder, or you pull out a mic, and you say something, you write something, you construct something, right? You produce something. And then you find out, what is the difference? What are the things that I must need from that tool? And how do I develop the skills to do it on my own? And that, to me, is what happens when you use more than one tool. And you use more than one tool that is not similar to each other tools. And in my opinion, that intuitively may lead to someone thinking, oh yeah, that's right. Duolingo does this thing for me. But man, WaniKani does this thing for me. So when I'm using Duolingo, it looks like whatever WaniKani is doing for me, what is it that is making me more consistent when I'm on WaniKani for this very specific purpose? So can I use that here without relying on WaniKani? Okay. So this is what I came up with to start, because I focus typically on the learning process. I don't necessarily focus on the goals, like the results of it. And then when I go to WaniKani, my thought was, I just realized that Duolingo doesn't do this stuff. And then I realized, I do like Duolingo's certain things because WaniKani doesn't do this. And then so on and so forth. You accrue more experiences. You realize what is there and what isn't there. Not what is bad and what is good. It's what is sufficient, and also what you can do differently, or ideally, like, how can you change those things, right? If you know what a tool is lacking, you also ideally would know how to complement it, not supplement, complement. I feel when Duolingo comes up in a conversation, which is like all over the internet, they constantly use the word supplement. So what that tells me is that that person has sufficient, or like found a source of what they believe leads them to fluency. So they have like 3 general criterias or something, sometimes even 2 general criteria, and they find as many different ways to reach and produce those 2 general requirements. Not in understanding of the different ways to reach these 2 general requirements, as long as they produce the general requirements. So then you can easily reduce and use reductive experience by saying, Duolingo basically does everything WaniKani does, so you might as well just use WaniKani and use Duolingo as a supplement. Because if you have extra time, you're basically extracting the same information. You do the same thing. So if you ever have enough time, extra time to do Duolingo, it's extra practice. Right? How many times, if I had $1, I'd be like $100 richer right now. How many times I've been told that. Where like, if you use WaniKani, you might as well use Anki. Anki does the same thing, but better. I'm like, Anki probably does something different, and I probably want to use Anki for its differences, or what it does differently, because if I'm constantly supplementing the same things that I'm supplementing for, how's that even possible? How do you learn new things and become better if you're constantly supplementing for the very same things? oh, I like vocabulary. So in order to learn Japanese, I've stacked 7 different techniques to learn better vocabulary. Like, okay. All right. So how are you going to learn the other parts of your language things, like the other parts that's not vocabulary? It's like, oh, it'll just come in due time. I just input, input. As long as I'm inputting, that's the reductive way of looking at it. It's like, as long as I'm inputting all the time, all day, that's the recipe for success, right? At least that's what people tell me. So like, what do you input all day? Some people input by reading graded readers all day long. Some people input all day long in podcasts. And meanwhile, my only comment I usually tell them is, on the evening, I do this. It's another different dimension of practicing. And then I do this occasionally, like this, for 5 minutes or 10 minutes a day. It's another dimension of practicing. It gets me to something else. So I'm creating a collage of things. And they all lead to the quote-unquote same goal. But the idea is, I'm not looking and super stacking supplements and constantly concerning and, in my opinion, wasting time or getting diminished return, constantly supplementing for the same narrow goals in order to say that I'm being efficient at doing the one thing. There are many ways to contribute to a singular goal, and that raises the question, how often are you looking for enhancing and improving your methods as you're going, as opposed to spending time displacing and substituting, constantly using reductive understanding? Like, oh, I've heard the fastest way is to listen to Japanese all the time. Like, okay, we'll just focus on that. Let's find all the methods possible, compare all of them, and pick the one that gets me to listen to the most Japanese the most time. And to me, I believe, in my opinion, that is fallacious logic. That might sound like an incredible hot take, but I'm not disagreeing with that. Listening to Japanese will not help you, will help you in the language learning thing. Thinking, the mindset of approaching something by only focusing on a single property does not get you the whole picture. It gets you part of the picture, like a very possibly self-determining failure, incomplete of a picture, or a dissatisfying portion of the picture. So whenever someone says, oh, I'm really good at listening, but I'm terrible at reading. I'm terrible at reading, but I'm good at listening. There are ways to look at it like, oh, hey, I could be listening and reading and doing something combinatorially, as opposed to, okay, I'll focus on this one thing right now. So let's go find all the ideal cases of this. And then meanwhile, then you're done with that. You're done with listening. Then you go to speaking, right? And then you start focus on speaking. Meanwhile, you have not done any maintenance on listening. And you just go back and forth, constantly back and forth, incredibly dissatisfied. And that's kind of what I have planned for later discussion. But that's a little retrospection about people, and it correlates with individuals who are they are very good at pointing out all the things that can go wrong, but they are inherently lacking in understanding everything and how those things go wrong, and even more so how they can go right or could work. Spend less time being creative about how to make things work, so much disproportionately more time in convincing other people what doesn't work and what isn't going to work. it's actually to the point where most of the people who say things that don't work, they don't have experience themselves. It's passing along the baton, right? So oftentimes people offer advice based on anecdotal experience that is not even their anecdotes, and then when they want to deter you because they don't believe it works, they will be very, very excellent at telling you all the things that don't work or is absent. Also, my very, very common critique when I'm hearing someone provide constructive criticism a lot of times is that somehow the lack of something is by default not good. There are many, many times, especially in nature, that things lack something because of its relationship to properties that you want. So it's kind of like someone wanting the cake and eating it at the same time. That's rare. That doesn't happen most of the time. So like when someone says, oh, immersion reading or immersion listening, that's going to help you with everything. That's not true. It rarely is ever true that doing a singular task, not like engaging in any other task, will lead to that. In fact, that's a business ploy that is used very often. When you send out an ad and you're saying, oh, my product doesn't do everything, but also it's satisfaction guaranteed, whoever your buyer is already reductive enough to believe anything, in my opinion. Wanting to believe that doing something singularly is sufficient to do everything else is so fallacious that it kind of demonstrates to me how what is the word? How desperate, possibly, or how hopeful, ironically, how hopeful someone is in trusting a product, right? I don't think, in my opinion, doing any one thing over and over again and passively assuming that it will lead someone to randomly doing everything else, randomly or intuitively doing anything else, belongs, in my opinion, belongs in a conversation about the way an adult thinks. An adult requires incentive, intent, path, planning, iteration, self-awareness, all those things. So when you're saying you're blindly doing something because someone told you it works, good luck. Good luck. I wish for the best. I hope it works out. I think that is unlikely to work out because in the end of the day, you might not even know if it's working or if it's not, or you're even satisfied with it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Enough ranting. I wanted to share some of that. Okay. And this is my attempt to explain what's going on in my head, right? These are considerations that I make on a daily basis. Right. All right, so this is going to be our review. We're only doing this set for our second, and then we're going to try to group them together if we can after this. All right.
暗証番号を押してください。
Ansho Bango. Oh, and we don't need furigana anymore for the second thing. So we're gonna use like how I went about it in Chinese, right? When I was using Duolingo Chinese. We'll use furigana on day 1 so I can get associated with the reads, and then the following day we're gonna try not to have counter reading, right? Although if I
暗証番号
yeah, because the reads are not part of the pull-up, the pop-up tab. So we would have to toggle this. That's perfectly fine. All right. So we have ansho is fine. Ansho bango or
Oshite kudasai, right?
暗証番号を押してください。
Oshite.
押して。
Oshite. It's okay. Please pin number. Or yeah, pin number is redundant, sorry. Please enter your pin.
暗証番号を押しました。
Ansho bango. Ansho
bango
bango. Oshite. Oshite.
押し。
Ne?
暗証番号を押しました。
Oshimashita.
ました。
教科書を閉じてください。
Kyokasho. Yep, there's kyokasho. Kyokasho o hirachite kudasai.
教科書を閉じてください。
Oh no, tojite. Oh yeah. I'm thinking of opening, closing. Tojite. Tojite kudasai. That's correct. No, we got that. Kyokasho textbook. Oh, your textbook. Whoops. Oh yeah, because it's a command. Yeah.
君の暗証番号を教えてください。
Although it could still be my textbook, honestly, but because you could be telling someone to close my textbook because I'm not like in reach, but that's fine.
君の暗証番号を教えてください。の、
Kimino ansho
暗
ansho
番号。
bango.
お、
Oh, what am I doing to it?
君の暗証番号を教えてください。
Oshiete kudasai. Oshiete ne?
教えてください。
口座を閉じた。
Koza. Yeah, koza is fine. Koza o tojita. Account koza. Oh. I close. Oh.
彼はお金を引き出しに銀行へ行った。
I ask politely all the time, so immediately I just say please by default, like kudasai or onegai or sumimasen all the time.
彼はお金を引き出しに銀行へ行った。彼は
Okane.
お金？彼はお金を引き出しに銀行へ行った。
Ginko. Okane o. Wait. It's two.
彼はお金を引き出しに銀行へ行った。
Oh, it has to. You have to.
引き出し。彼はお金を引き出しに銀行へ行った。2
I'm missing understanding something.
彼はお金を引き出しに銀行へ行った。
Oh, going, yeah.
銀へ行った。
Right. The other after. Does it work if I say kinko e okane o hikidashita or hikidashi? Oh no, maybe no. That would be weird. No, that. Okay. Hikidashita is not part of the kanji section. Okay. That's fine. We have hikidashita for. Have I done anything with the Japanese I've learned so far, or are you still just learning? I've done a lot of things with the Japanese I've learned so far. I use it every day. I watch anime. Listen to vlogs. I write things. I even share them with other friends who aren't learning Japanese every single day.
I talk about Japanese right here. I'm using it right now, as in explaining it. Yep. I just spent the last 3.5 hours talking about my experiences with the Japanese language learning. That's doing things with the Japanese I've learned. Yep. Learning involves taking in new information. So today I'm using the Japanese that I have learned so far. Today is a review day. So on Duolingo, the first day, the first unit set is the only time you learn something. So every other time you're actually using it. So when you do like reviews and repetition, you're technically using the Japanese you learned. I think it's a great, like it's a very important distinction. When you're learning something, you're acquiring new knowledge. When you're practicing, you're actually using the things you've learned. At least in my opinion. Unless you don't see it that way, that's perfectly fine. It's acceptable. So, if it doesn't line up with yours, I would like to hear how you define using what you learned, or how you can stay just learning most of the time, right? Let's see. I opened a store in Ikebukuro.
店
店を
を
閉じた. Oh.
閉じた
We need a location. Ikebukuro
池袋に
Ikebukuro ni店を. I think that's sufficient, really. Huh. Oh, that's
閉じ
closed.
た開いた
Right there, say open. Yeah. 開いた.
1万円を引き出した。
1万円。
1万円。
を引き出した。ね。
引き出た。
Okay.
雨。
雨。雨。Or, it's fine. 雨。雨。暗証。暗証。
暗証。
暗証。船便。船便。
船便。
踊ります。
踊ります。
踊ります。紫。
講座を開きたいんですが。
講座を開てね or 開き開きたいんですが
講座を開きたいんですがですが
ください。ナオミ教えてください。暗証番号を教えてください。ね Oh, yours. 君の。
君の
Although it can be inferred that because you're commanding someone, so.
銀行口座に2万円を預金した。
銀行口座に2万円を預金した。預金した。する。預金した。する。Okay. I deposited 20,000 in my, that can be inferred, my bank account. Inferred. Do they want karewa or karewa, or are we not using pronouns? Oh, I see kare. So kare wa, 彼はお金を引き出したに、or 引き出しに、銀行へ行った。You personally don't think Duolingo is using your Japanese stuff like talking using Japanese, watch and reading Japanese content and podcasts is using things that involve transferring ideas? Interesting. Japanese is a language, and language at its heart are tools for communicating. Fair enough. So at this point, when I'm talking about Japanese and I'm using content and using how to demonstrate that I'm learning and reproducing the thing, is not a form of communication. I got it. This in itself is Japanese content. So communication also involves more than one language as well. So for the record, using English and Japanese while learning Japanese is a form of communication. As a counter argument, as a contrast. But if you don't think so, then let me rephrase. I watch Japanese content. I talk to other people about Japanese using both English and Japanese in the evening. So yes, I do that on a daily basis. So if you don't count this stuff, what I'm doing right now, imagining that I'm not talking to you right now, learning and using Japanese, then I can accept that, actually. Yeah, I can definitely accept that. For myself, if you don't think doing any of that is practicing, then that makes sense that you would probably not practice very often. So go find your ideal way of learning Japanese, I suppose. But I would say the transference of ideas is dependent on the person's use of the Japanese. So if you're constantly watching anime, you're not actually transferring ideas yet. Or you're constantly reading Japanese content, you're not transferring ideas yet. I feel like transferring ideas deal with a creative process that links the two. So if I'm explaining my learning process in Japanese and using the Japanese I learned to explain the learning process, that's a transference of ideas. And being able to express that in both English and then augmenting and adding the Japanese phrases, that is also a form of communication. Most of the things that I'm saying now is a form of communication. So it is effectively fulfilling the role of your definition of transferring an idea. Explaining things to other people is a form of communication using the Japanese as well as the Chinese. Or, sorry, sometimes I use Chinese. As well as the English that I'm using. So at this very moment, this very interaction that we're having is using the Japanese that I have learned in order to provide a form of communication. Your definition specifically only says Japanese. So it's not saying that the Japanese necessarily can't also be combined with English, which is hybrid language use. Yeah. And I don't think you said anything about needing it to be only in Japanese in order to qualify as using Japanese. So that's fair enough, right? I think we can meet as a compromise that what I'm doing right now is using the Japanese that I'm learning because we're talking about it. And how I'm explaining what my thoughts are when I'm practicing the Japanese that I learned is not only using Duolingo, it's using Twitch and YouTube while using Duolingo in order to communicate and express I think the use of communication, watching Japanese content is not communicating. Listening to a podcast, listening in itself is not communicating. So it's interesting that the hearts of the tools does not require a transference of ideas. What do you do to communicate in Japanese? Because you can talk without a transference of ideas. Like talking at someone and not listening to them is an example. Like right now, if I'm not talking to anyone, I would disqualify that as using Japanese. But at least I think I'm talking to someone.
彼
彼は
は
彼は ooh. Oh, they just swapped up the noun. Yeah. Probably not on the same page most of the time. Not on the page. When you're reading Japanese content, you're not transferring ideas. I actually would go even further and say Japanese content, podcast, when you're reading, input is not a transferring of ideas. It's input. That's learning, not using your Japanese. So I'd probably go even further and consider all those as learning Japanese, not using Japanese. Explaining what Japanese you learn to someone else is a transference of idea. When you're getting input, you're getting ideas transferred into you, right? Nope, not necessarily. But that's still learning. You're not using Japanese, you're learning Japanese. I explain to you how I'm using Japanese, not learning Japanese. That's why I don't typically say I'm learning Japanese all the time, because you're not. Or I'm not. The things that you think are using Japanese is learning Japanese. Or hear me out. I will accept that any transferring of ideas is using Japanese. Then Duolingo is transferring ideas. So Duolingo is also using Japanese. So it's either one or the other. Because what ideas are you getting from transferring from Duolingo? It's a transference of an idea. There are ideas being transferred. So if you want to be incredibly reductive and say that using and learning are the same words because there's a transferring of ideas, then I would say instead of creating a double standard by arguing against your first qualifications, everything is learning. There's an involvement of learning, and then learning is always using Japanese. So there's no distinction between learning and using Japanese, which I will accept. I personally make a distinction between using Japanese, as in the output of Japanese, versus the input, the learning of Japanese. In your original question, you have asked me, have I done anything with the Japanese I've learned so far? If learning is using, then every time I learn, then I'm using Japanese. By your last statement, where you're qualifying that learning Japanese is a transferring of ideas, which involves using Japanese. So in any way possible, every time I'm learning something, I'm also using Japanese, which that includes Duolingo. If that helps out with what I'm confused about, or maybe you don't find this confusing. You see that it's just Duolingo's input is super watered down and gamey, Sorry, but that's an emotional response. Now you're disqualifying that. Now you acknowledge that Duolingo is learning and using Japanese. Listening to a good podcast, like I said, or even a good anime is much more rich in ideas. That is incorrect. It is a difference in ideas. So when you're saying you're comparing something, qualify your metrics. Your metric of how you measure podcasts and anime happens to be ideal to anime and podcasts. And I didn't say I didn't do any of those things, but they are fundamentally different. So when you're saying super watered down and gamey, anime and podcasts are not gamey. So you can't compare them. Your predication on how something is valued is based on the things that they are different. If they are different, then they're not comparable by nature. Are you suggesting that anime is gamey, but it's a good gamey? Are you saying podcast is gamey and it's a good gamey, and that's why it's richer in ideas than Duolingo? Because as far as I know, all I'm hearing is you prefer podcasts and anime, and you think the ideas are worth more than Duolingo. And I'll accept that. That is respectful. Like, I get that. So, I understand your personal opinions. And then I want to share with you that what you told me was, you said 2 things that you consider are alike, and 1 thing that is considered not alike, based on the thing that they do deliberately by design. So, anime is rich in ideas. Tell me what ideas you get from anime, and then I'll tell you ideas that you don't get from anime that you get from Duolingo. And then you're going to say, oh, well, those ideas are more important than those ideas, and that's what I'm getting from you. So that's fair enough. You can go and continue watching your podcasts and your anime and then make like double standards for other things. But I don't see your logic in how they're comparable based on what you said. If Duolingo is attempting to water down things in order to introduce gamification, podcasts and anime aren't doing that. So naturally, they suck at that. Right? So they're not rich in those ideas. Podcasts are not rich in doing gamification. So therefore, it is not rich in the idea of gamification. So is anime. I do all of these things in order to know that they are different from each other. I imagine you don't, because it sounds like you don't use Duolingo and you do the other 2. That's fair enough. And then you can also argue why I choose to watch vlogs as opposed to podcasts. And then I watch movies, maybe instead of anime. They also have distinctions between them. Like a podcast and a vlog are 2 different things. Now you could say podcasts are richer in ideas because you only listen to the things they talk about, while vlogs have visual pictures and it visualizes the visual picture of what they're saying, so it's not as rich in listening. At least that's how I'm interpreting how you're distinguishing between only focusing on the things that are undesirable and then only focusing on the thing. Well, I'm not even sure what rich in ideas really mean, but anime, if you keep watching the same anime, that's not being rich in ideas. It's, in my opinion, it's an exercise in complacent watching, and that complacent watching reduces the richness in your ideas. That's kind of like always listening to the same podcast and thinking that you're learning new ideas while listening to the same podcast. Or you can always live in one culture and thinking you're becoming more worldly. So no. For whatever it is, yeah, Duolingo is watered down and gamey. And then, is it rich or poor in ideas? Well, it's certainly different ideas. There are different ideas being presented. Now, I could totally back you up here. I'll back you up in your argument against me. So I'll argue against myself to defend you. I can see a great argument where if you're talking about the use of Japanese linguistics, so things regarding like context, paragraphs, and if your goal is to learn how to write Japanese paragraphs, learn how to associate characters with Japanese, Duolingo doesn't do that, period. And if that's important to you, and that also embellishes and improves your comprehension of Japanese, then it is beneficial for the comprehension of Japanese. And I totally would concede. But the way you wrote it, how you're comparing things, is comparing the innate nature of something as undesirable and then citing something that is desirable to you by waving a hand wavy gesture like it has ideas. But if it's rich in ideas, you only choose certain ideas that are worth your time and not other ideas. So if Duolingo makes something gamey, it's not worth your value because you don't think that idea is worth your time. It's not rich in that idea. So say you like video games, but you hate anime. Well, anime is not rich in ideas. Video games are. That's kind of what I see right now in terms of that comparison. But I totally understand that anime will teach certain things or use and transfer certain ideas that are not in Duolingo because it doesn't do that. Like it doesn't do that at all. So I can concede that. But using words like rich, super watered down, gamey, that sounds like hypercategorization and reductive logic to me. That's like saying a person who uses Duolingo doesn't listen to good podcasts and anime, and somehow that they don't extract different ideas from using Duolingo that they extract from podcasts and anime. I actually, thank you, by the way, I really do appreciate you being candid about this. I spent the last 3 or 4 hours talking about this very type of discussion, typically in language learning. The idea that people tend to tell you what is better based on a metric that somehow relates 3 different things, but the way they argue which is better or better use of your time, right? This is the argument that you're trying to make, is predicated on properties that don't exist between the 3. Like, you chose a property that anime and podcasts don't exist, and therefore it's rich in ideas. Well, it's not rich in gamification or anything that you just stated. So all I heard was they're different, and maybe you should try all of them and do all of them every once in a while. And that's what I do. To be rich in ideas is to also be open to doing as many things as you enjoy doing. So there is a transference of ideas. It might not be the ideas you care about, and that's probably my concession to that. Your care is that only Japanese is the only way. And you might be thinking, nah, that's not what you're saying. It's like, well, I haven't heard you mention anything about English. Nor have I heard you mention anything about the well-being of the person, how someone is more consistent, how to stay motivated, how to do something on a schedule. Anime doesn't schedule your time for you to do your lessons. And in fact, anime doesn't even give you lessons. So if it's rich in ideas, it's certainly not rich in the one type of discipline that I feel often involves communication and being regular on a study basis or understanding empathy. Anime doesn't do that. Podcasts, maybe there's a transference of ideas on understanding how to do like scheduling, how to schedule your learning practices, how to categorize and fill in all your kanji list, right? Tell you what characters were covered for the day and keep you responsive and responsible for those things, right? So I can list a bunch of things that anime and podcasts are not rich in ideas, but they are outside of understanding Japanese. So if your only metric is to evaluate how fast or how rich it is in Japanese ideas, or like using Japanese, as you claimed, I agree with you. Anime and podcasts are rich in ideas using Japanese, like literally learning Japanese. They do not impart discipline, schedule, give you an idea of what it's like to do, learn and use Japanese regularly, because podcasts and anime, that's not the structure of the method. So when someone says, "Oh, I'll just watch anime when I want to learn Japanese," that's exactly the point. It's not rich in learning. It's not rich in structure. It actually barely even, your motivation is based on your interest in anime. Your motivation is based on podcasts. So it doesn't teach you due diligence. Have you been doing this every day? That's pretty disciplined. No, actually. I haven't been doing this Duolingo Japanese every day. I have been using WaniKani for the last 6 months as well. But discipline doesn't come from someone who only watches anime and podcasts. At least in my opinion. But I've been learning and practicing Japanese or using Japanese every day. It looks different every once in a while because I schedule. You meant studying in general? If you're talking about studying in general, I do that every day of my life. Probably since I was able to construct sentences. Since you're talking about general, right? General studying, I study every day of my life. So it's one of those skills that I do feel when people talk about learning and stuff. Tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg. Especially the distinction between using and learning. Learning what you do. I study every day. Yes. That is part of life. Do you study every day? I'm curious. Like, what do you consider as studying in general? Because now we're really talking about generalities. So what is the act of studying? For me, while you're writing that response, I'll qualify what I consider as studying. In order to answer your question, have I been doing this every day? Studying, to me, is a combination of learning and practicing. So I'm either doing one of these things every single day, or learning or practicing every day. I'm practicing something and learning something every day. It could be Japanese. It could be Spanish, Chinese. It could be writing an essay on a new game. It could be writing this very conversation we're having right now. I've been working on this conversation that we're having right now for the last year and a half, maybe. I think the first video comment of this nature that you're talking about right here, especially Duolingo, because Duolingo is often a low-hanging fruit for most people. I think it started a week into it, so I would say February 24th, maybe somewhere around February 24th. I would say was the first comment that deals with this nature, and I've been working on an essay about this for a while now, so I'm well prepared, at least to talk about most of the things that I imagine you will bring up eventually if we continue to talk about it. And obviously you're more than welcome to challenge that notion and see if you bring up other ideas, because I'm more than happy to add that to the studying process. Yeah, I prepare my responses for Duolingo a lot. And it's funny because the last 6 months, I did not do anything with Duolingo Japanese. It was deliberately paused. And in the moment Duolingo is on the screen again, I spent 4 hours today addressing exactly most, if not entirely, all of the comments that you mentioned today. How you asked the question led me to believe that that's what you're aiming at. Yeah. And I would like to know now, like, what do you qualify as studying, right? It'll be interesting to hear an explainer for that. And what is considered discipline to you? Like, what does discipline involve? Maybe like, what does it look like? How can you determine if someone is disciplined or not? Let's see. What are we doing? Withdrawing money? あれはお金
お金
お金を引き出しに銀行
いえ
Do I need it? No.
た
Maybe I do need it. I guess you're going thing.
私は読んでいた本を閉じました。
私は Oh, here's a personal question for me. Are you aware of what I do every day? Or do you just so happen to ask this question like blanketly? Like, I don't know if I have to say what I need to say. I wanted to be like, how much do you know of what I do every day? Because I kind of try to make that pretty clear by posting those videos. But I can add to saying what I've done when not in the videos. For example, the last 4.5 months, I watched 1,123 episodes of One Piece so that I can catch up with One Piece, because I wanted to understand the culture, the fandom behind One Piece. For you, discipline is doing a certain thing every day no matter what. Feeling and emotions wane and people change, but you can stay disciplined. You transcend all of that. For discipline, I see. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm seeing if I fulfill that criteria. I don't know if language learning fulfills that criteria for me. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But for other things, I would consider myself modestly disciplined. I think, let me see. Disciplined. For me, one element, I agree with you on the professionalism of discipline. You love One Piece, by the way. You read all the manga in Japanese. You're an egghead on it currently. I got caught up, so I'm at 1,123, but that's where I stopped for the time being, because that's where like the arc stopped, and I quite like it. Like, what I mean is, one of the longest arcs in the anime. I know you read all the manga, so it might not line up with the manga, but one of the longest arcs is the Land of Wano, the Wano arc, and I absolutely love the parallelisms that the author, the mangaka, wrote that paralleled a Japanese isolationism with Western globalization. There was so many metaphors and wonderful representation, like fictional representation of the contrast between a pre-isolationist Japan and their interactions with globalization of Western influence, if you will. And it's kind of really apt because a lot of the pirates tend to be westernized until they introduce the Wano chapter in most things. And then they also throw in a bit of mysticism by introducing the Minx race, right? The island of the Minx. And that's pretty awesome. I really enjoyed that chapter. It kind of reminded me of when Hunter x Hunter suddenly went into existential and evolution, right? One Piece covered a lot of different topics that effectively you kind of expect in a long-running series like that. I just recently started Gintama, so I'm on my Gintama now. And then also I got to bootstrap through My Hero Academia because My Hero Academia ended. So these are things that I'm using, I guess. I'm using my Japanese in that regards in order to also practice understanding pop culture, especially pop culture in anime. Meanwhile, obviously I'm waiting for continuations of very specific anime. Like, I'm excited that Dandadan is, and the second season is coming, and then Sakamoto Day along with that because they're Netflix published. So that give you an idea of what I have been using my Japanese for, I suppose. Oh, yesterday someone came by. They recently started picking up kanji studies now. They recommended a movie called Perfect Days, and that was an absolutely brilliant movie. There's few words said in it. It takes completely in place in Japan, and you can definitely understand most of the things they say. It follows the typical life of someone who lives in Japan, and that's all I can really tell you because it's about the pace of life, like the quiet appreciation pace of life. And you get your typical conversations during this person's job, like, and then when he's ordering something, it was a very minimalistic conversation, but the extent of conversation really did reflect the Japanese culture, what they're trying to capture. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. For discipline, oh yeah, sorry, I got a little sidetracked for discipline. So the professionalism stuff is great. So professionalism often involves like doing things regardless, right? So I lump this under professionalism. but you can like skip doing things without like overcoming emotions, right? Also stoicism, like overcoming emotions, that kind of thing. The place where I kind of fall off on how discipline is defined is that discipline also requires critical thinking. And discipline, ironically, also requires empathy in a different way. So overcoming like doing something that you must do, right? Like you must do, that makes sense. When you need to do something, you have to do it anyways. Now, I don't need, so the where this falls apart is I don't need to learn Japanese. And that's where we get into the issue or the discussion topic about anime, podcasts, and gamification. Discipline often offsets the drawbacks of all three of these. And one of the drawbacks of gamification, podcasts, and anime is often a lack of discipline. They don't teach you discipline. Gamification tries to create it. So, like Duolingo is, in my opinion, a watered down, I'll use your example, a watered down version of discipline. But anime and podcasts is even further a watered down version of discipline. And for me, discipline is part of the picture of being, it's part of studying. So how does this work? Because empathy comes into play here. If you understand that if you don't understand that you're waning in emotions, if you do not understand, like say you're just grunting, you're grinding through your studies, right? And you lack the critical thinking ability to tackle waning emotions, that makes discipline slip. So when something isn't working for you and you continue to do it, in my opinion, oftentimes that's tenacity. Maybe even perseverance, which I think it is downstream of discipline. So a quality of discipline may seem like tenacity, perseverance, consistency. However, discipline, tenacity, perseverance, and consistent can lack all critical thinking. Watching anime and podcasts can lack discipline, despite you watching podcasts and anime, no matter how you feel. You can watch anime when you're tired. You can watch anime when you don't care about anything and you're not disciplined enough to extract any rich ideas from anime. Right? If you feel unmotivated and you watch anime because you're unmotivated to learn Japanese, it requires less discipline to do that than using a watered down, gamified version of language learning. Duolingo. So in the long run, the things you cite doesn't differentiate their usefulness. It differentiates them, and that makes sense. Much like discipline, you can keep doing the same thing regardless of how you feel because you're only focusing on one thing. That doesn't guarantee that that one thing is going to put out. It requires discipline to know when something is not working anymore. Or it requires discipline to be able to schedule doing more than one thing. Due to being aware of waning emotions and active. Discipline also requires self-evaluation. And that's kind of where I come in on that. So, on your definition of discipline, I'm not that disciplined. In fact, I spend most of my time understanding my waning emotions in order to keep myself consistent. That is how I stay disciplined. I am consistent in my ways of learning every single day because no, I'm not using Duolingo the same way every day. No, I did not stop Duolingo because I got disinterested with Duolingo. I stopped Duolingo for 6 months in order to learn from WaniKani and then integrate WaniKani and Duolingo together in order to create something more transformative than any one of its parts. I started watching anime and picking up multicultural vlogs because they complement each other. They don't supplement each other, is exactly what I said 4 hours ago. What Duolingo does that is different from podcasts and anime is what I'm using Duolingo for. So when you tell me that even anime is so much more rich in ideas, I'm not watching anime for what I'm using Duolingo for. You, in my opinion, is suggesting that they produce the same results. So for me, I'm inferring, pardon me if I'm being presumptuous, I'm inferring that you're suggesting that all three of them do the same thing and that some of them do it better. And I probably agree with you, right? There are ideas that there are more potential ideas that you care about in anime and podcasts that Duolingo does not have. Because you're juxtaposing Duolingo with the other two, or actually the other three. So maybe listening to a good podcast, I'm not even sure what a good podcast means as well. The idea is that I listen to a podcast and I can extract ideas from it. It would be interesting to hear what your idea of a good podcast is. And then what are rich ideas? Like, what are ideas that are considered important? I think one of the ideas that are coming as to play a contrarian, the role of contrarian, one of the ideas that that I extract from Duolingo that I offer to other people is that when someone tells me that they don't know when to study, or they don't know how to be extracting a character from an anime. You could use anything like Duolingo. So since I don't have experience with other things, I can tell you, at least I can tell that person they extract kanji from Japanese. So if there's anything that you can gather from Duolingo, is that you can look at a page of kanji. Whether that's an idea that's valuable to you is dependent on the person and what they're looking for. So when you're making generalizations like a good podcast, I don't know what that is. Rich in ideas, I'm not sure which ideas you think are richer than the others. I know that Duolingo does certain ideas that podcasts don't and anime don't. And I know that there's a lot of ideas that anime do that podcasts do not. If you're solely thinking about all the ideas that overlap, then the ideas that do not overlap is not part of your knowledge or your wisdom. So when things are not there, they are automatically considered negative. So like, no one's speaking in native Japanese in Duolingo, so it automatically is worse than speaking, or a voice actor speaking anime, speaking in anime. And I would agree with you. By that nature, if your goal is native Japanese, there's no counter arguing that anime is richer in that nature. And then when you compare podcasts and anime, you might be able to compare them in that way, right? For myself, I actually watch anime mixed. So sometimes I watch it in English and then I watch it in Japanese. Sometimes I watch it in Japanese, then in English. And then sometimes I watch it with Japanese subtitles and English subtitles. So in that way, I can compare them in actuality. So you're probably thinking of the best anime scenario and the most ideal podcast scenario to compare it with the worst scenario of Duolingo. That's what I gather from your comment comparing it. You picked the things you disagree with and then do not say anything actually about the things you agree with. Now, my challenge to you, I suppose, conservatively, is I would like to know what makes a podcast good, like what makes for a good podcast, and then what makes for an anime rich in ideas. Because I love One Piece a lot. They go through lots and lots of ideas, but those ideas are not unique to One Piece. So does that make One Piece rich in ideas the same way you're thinking that Duolingo is not rich in ideas? If it's not so rich in ideas, then it certainly wouldn't be used by people, right? But you could say, oh, well, that's because gamification fools people or convinces people to use the apps, and then there's a bunch of influencers who are doing it. Yeah, same for podcasts and anime. Now we're probably talking about similar comparative forces, which then I can concede with you, right? I can concede to you. If you say like, oh, Duolingo is far more popular because it makes everything watered down and easier, it's like, I agree with you. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to water it down and make it gamey in order for people to form enough discipline, or try to have enough discipline to stay regular. I don't believe that watching anime was free of, like, anime doesn't teach you discipline. It certainly teaches you something. It does certainly transfer some ideas to you, but I don't think enjoying the content itself is all the ideas necessary to be successful at learning a language. If you're still here, if you have, if you're still interested in this discussion. I talk about this topic a lot. I really love talking about the topic. So the stronger, or like the more thorough or invested the person I'm talking to about people's discipline and like learning methods, the more I'd like to think it's mutual, but I'll only speak for myself. I have the most to gain from someone who is able to explain most of the stuff they're saying. And I really appreciate, for the record, I really do appreciate that you took the time to personally talk about what you consider as using and learning Japanese. And I'll take into consideration how I would defend anime in podcasts. I watch anime every evening. I actually watch more than anime. I watch whatever movies and shows that doesn't have to be anime that other people suggest. Any opportunity to be exposed to Japanese. If you're not here anymore, I'll take it as you were very busy and you found that it was, maybe I said something very aggressive and then you found a disagreement, but hopefully you find learning Japanese interesting and great, and I didn't ruin your enthusiasm for learning Japanese. And know that you're probably too busy to handle or to deal with a discussion in the nitty-gritty about learning Japanese. 怎么样？啊？来。All right. I'll wait for your response. Maybe, perhaps you'll you'll humble me with a much more detailed description. It would be interesting to hear your schedule too, like how you, what your study schedule and routine is like for Japanese.
私は読んでいた本を閉じました。
読んでいた本。読んでいた本。
いた。
Okay. Yeah. いた本を閉じました。読んで。The book? I guess the book. Oh, I closed the book I was reading? You want to make a deposit into my account. Want to make a account deposit was Yokin, and want to make, do they go with Yokin? Yokin Taishita? Oh, that could work actually. And then into my account. So 口座に預金 That doesn't work. Oh, just Thai, right. You take the sudo, convert it into the Thai form. Thai shita. Oh, yokin shita, shitai. I would like to open an account.
I would. So was that doing the 9がないですか The open. We have 開き So
講座
講座
を
を
開き
開き開き
ない
開きないんですか Rip. Oh, whoops. I typed 9 instead. I clicked on 9 instead of Tai. I said 9 multiple times too. I would like. Okay, so from the top, where does every month? Suppose 私は毎月に1万円 in the bank 1万円in the bank. Like 私は銀行に1万円を deposit 預金します。Oh, and I forgot the 毎月I think 毎月 just can hang without a thing, right? 私は毎月銀行に1万円を預金します。Oh, where did they place the 1万を銀行に Okay, I see. No, that's fine. They flipped these.
教科書を閉じてください。
教科書を閉じてください。Was it please close your textbooks.
講座を閉じた。
講座を閉じた。What? I closed the account. Yeah, I screwed up the tie. Okay.
講座
講座を開きたいんですか
ローマ字
ローマ字はいいですかor 大丈夫です
は大丈夫
ですか
母はお金持ちです。
母はお金持ちで
おじいさんは会計士です。
おじいさん
は
会計です。会計士です。
会です。
母は
母はお金持ちです。
残高を全部引き出した。
残高 Oh, wait. Oh, no. We had 残高。残高
残高
残高remaining balance 残
残高を
全部
全部引き出した。
引きた。残高を全部引き出した。
Okay. おじいさん。いや、おじいさんは会計士です。
です。残高を教えてくれますか？
Okay. So,
残高
残高
教え
てくれますか？
残高を教えてくれますか？ますか？
くれwhat am I looking at? What? ゴルフ。
ゴルフ
ドル。音。
お金持ち。
金属。
私の預金残高を知りたいのですが。私の預金残高を知りたいのですが。
私のお釣り？
私の預金残高を知りたいのですが。私の預金残高を知りたいのですが。預金の
残高
お
残高お釣り？教え？
私の預金残高を知りたいのですが。知りたい
ですか？
が。
I want to know. I would like to find out. I would like to find. Not that. Wait. Don't need to know for Yokin. Yokin Zandaka. You do need 知りたいのです。Interesting. Hmm.
用紙に記入した。
用紙に記入した。I filled out the form. I filled out. Filled in the form.
用紙に名前と住所を記入した。用紙に名前と住所を記入した。2、
用紙に
用紙に名前と住所を記入した。用紙に名前と住所を記入した。
名前と住所。
変更、用紙
した。Really? Wait, hold up.
した。用紙に名前と住所を記入した。記入。
I screwed up.
用紙に名前と住所を記入した。
I reversed the Yoshi and Kinyu. How they look.
用紙に名前と住所を記入した。
Yeah, please write your name and address on the.
ローマ字で書いてもいいですか？
ローマ字で、ローマ字で、ローマ字で、書いてもいいですか？Yes, may I write in Romaji or Roman letters?
この用紙にローマ字で記入してください。用紙にローマ字で
記入。
この
用紙にローマ字で記入してください。
記入してください。この用紙にローマ字で記入してください。
口座番号を記入してください。
account number. 口座番号。この用紙にローマ字で記入してください。
記入しください。
教えて。くれ? Oh, they use くれて here. Okay. What was balance? 残高。I guess. Do I need a session? Do you want me to put? No.
お、
残高を教えて。くれますか?
か。
Ooh, aside. How did that work? I don't remember how they went about this. But let's say
わ、
at least a topic, right? これは let's say お金持ち
か
の
の上、
上、お金持ちの上、so rich and kind. What type of kind did you? 優しい。
優しいです。
Maybe お金の上家 Dang it. That's interesting. I don't know how that works yet. In or ni.
私の預金残高を知りたいのですが。私の預金残高を知りたいのですが。私の
預金 wait.
私の預金残高を知りたいのですが。預金残高
を Tell me.
知り
知りたい。 知りたいの。
がです。
I guess that's a generative no? Maybe? Hmm.
彼は
彼は
金持ち。
金持ちの上に優しいです。
優しいです。
支払います。
Old? Oh. Very dubious. Risky. Sorry, we're going like overtime. I'm gonna eat a little. 支払い、支払、well, did you say 支払います？
支払
現金で払います。
現金 or
現金
現金で払いますね。
払います。
署名
署名。署名 is
署名
signature?
下に署名してください。
下に署名。Oh no, sign. Oh well, をする。
署名
ねhow do I... What am I signing on to?
下に署名してください。
Oh, just... 下に...
してにて下に
下に
署名
してください。署名。
署名
Oh, 署名。Oh, I gotta be careful.
母は小切手に署名した。
母は小切手。母は小切手に署名した。Check. 支払う。支払う。May I pay by check? With 小切手。小切手で。ね？
小切手
でもういい。
いい。
Hey, oh no, wait. 小切手で。Hey. 支払ってもいいですか？
もいいか。
支払います。
支払います。
Hold. All right, that is very hot. We'll hold on that. That is a very hot. Ansho. Dang it. Ansho. Genki. 署名。横。
横。
横。Yeah. 支払う。sign? 署名して、下に署名してください。
暗証
ansho
署名
shome 携帯携帯
携帯
携帯支払う
現
現金Papa. So I paid her. So 私は彼女に1,000に or N 1000円を支払ったそう私は彼女に1000円を払ったor 支払ったコスプレ
音
柔道
現金メトロ
小切手
小切手 cash the check just してprobably 小切手して
手
cash it so wait
現金
maybe like 現金に小切手をしてください
ください
rip okay that's fine oh in cash oh yeah that's fair all right oh this whole phrase yeah okay interesting that it changes despite the particles being grammatical
母
母は
小切手
小
に
切手に署名した
署名
した I wonder if it's up I would like to pay with cash
現金
現金で現金で
支払い
をNo I need Is there a different country? Okay I would like to pay with cash
支払い
That's payment. So or just past tense it.
支払った
Oh no,
支
wait.
払っ
No,
支
no, no,
払
no.
っ
This is
しですのが
that doesn't. Oh wait.
対
Oh
支払い
wait. Can I get away with that? Wait. Hold up.
支払い
No, that's not a.
支払った対
Interesting. しらい。払い。I think I messed up like what I'm thinking the conjugation of this is. There's an E. 支払う right? Oh yeah, that's neat.
小切手
Ah, Kogite. How'd I screw this up? Oh,
小切手を
Kogite. Kogite. Oh,
現金
Genkin ni. Genkin ni. Shite.
してください
Because it's the manner in which it's being done. It's fine. Okay. And then, how'd I screw this up? Shirahai, Shirarai. Shihararai. Oh, wait.
支払い
Shiharai. I'm adding an extra syllable in there unintentionally. Constantly. Shiharai. Okay, Shiharai.
現金
Genkin. Genkin de Shiharai. Shiharai tai. I
の
know.
がです
Deska. Okay. Oof. Okay, this is not gonna work. Trying to put this back. Very scary.
両替
Yongae. Well, Yongae. That's exchange, right?
両替
Yongae.
これを円に両替してください。これを円に両替してください。これを円に
Yo.
両替してください。
Please convert this or exchange. Yongae. Yongae. Yes.
両替
領収書をもらいましたか？
領収書。いや、領収書をもらえましたか
1000円でお釣りがありますか？
1000
1000
円
で
で、お釣り、
お釣り
wait. お釣りありますか ?No, ね What?
1000円でお釣りがありますか？ 1000円でお釣りがありますか？ 1000円でお釣りがありますか？があります。
I forgot a particle.
お釣りが違いますよ
お釣りが、違いますよ。違いますよ。
ゴルフ
コスプレ
金属ドルメダル
私たちは別々に払います。
私たちは別々に払います。
領収書が欲しいのですが
領収書。
領収
領収書。領収書。
領収書が欲しいのですがが欲
欲
しい
しい。欲しい。or wait.
領収書が欲しいのですが
がWhat?
ですのがの
Okay, I gotta look this. I gotta figure this out later this evening. I gotta figure that out.
彼らは別々に支払った
彼は別々に払った。支払った。支払った。 別々。私たちは別々払った。or just 払い or 払い works.
私たは別々に払い
払いま。
ますす。
That's fine. Okay. 暗証。
現金。
現金。両替。
両替。
署名。署名。署名。署名。支払う。
銀行でドルを円に両替した。銀行に。銀行でドルを円に両替した。
ドルに円。ドルに円を
両替
した。
銀行でドルを円に両替した。に銀行でドルを円に両替した。
Interesting. So all in the right.
その車には5万ドルかかった。
その車には5万ドルかかった。That car cost かかった。cost $50,000.
どこ
どこで or yeah
で
どこでドルを円に
両替
両替 I guess where can you? So できますか？
でますか
Formal. You have change for 1,000? Do you have change? Or maybe like
お釣り。
お釣りで
フランス料理。円。
1000円がありますか？
がありま。
Son of a, it's the other way around. So how do I know that? I guess it's the change that's being halved. I guess that there exists change. I suppose I should have read that a little before.
これ
Did you get a receipt? How's receipt go? 領収書
領収
書
書
領収書をもらいましたか？
もまたか
円で
1000円でお釣りがありますか？ Oh, I'm behind.
口座を閉じた。
口座を閉じた。閉じた。
私の預金残高を知りたいのですが、私の
私の
預金
No.
残高
Oh, wait.
預金残高
預金残高
を知り
たいのですか？
彼
彼
は
は
金持ち
金持ちの
上
上に
に
優しいです。
です。
Change. That's right.
円で
1000円でお釣りがありますか？
あります。
I would like to open an account. Open is 開き。開きんですか？
口座
口座を
開くですが
お
対
開きたいんですか？Cash to check. So it's the cash that's being
小切手
小切手
に
に
現金
現金をしてください。Son of a, I have it backwards. Again. Oh no, I didn't have it backwards. I just flipped the particles. Okay, it's fine.
彼はお金を引き出しに銀行へ行った。
Oh. Interesting. Okay. 私はお金を引き出しに銀行へ行った。Oops, he went to the book. That doesn't sound right. Oh, wait. What? Okay.
これを円に両替してください。これを円に両替して
両替してください。Did I accidentally add an extra thing somewhere? Oh man, I got these backwards. Whoops. I
銀行でドルを円に両替した。
銀行でドルを円に両替した。Okay. Just kidding.
「どこでドルを円に両替できますか？どこでドルを円に両替できますか？
どこでドルを円に両替できますか？
できますか？
その車には5万ドルかかった。
Okay.
用紙に記入した。
用紙に記入した。用紙に記入した。
小切手を現金
にしてください。
これを円に両替してください。これ
これを
円にしてください。
Son of a... Wait, oh, did I flip it again? No, I didn't. Oh, I missed a word. Dang it.
これを円に両替してください。
I skipped over 両替。
円に両替してください。
Okay. I need some time to group these together in my head. Shiharaimasu.
支払う
I was clicking on the wrong thing. I only read half of it.
母は
Wow. Kaonemochi desu.
紫
紫。11月。
11月雨
踊ります。踊ります。This is dance, right? Dance. 踊ります。暗唱。
おじいさんはお釣りです。
Oh no, dang it. Got distracted. I don't want to talk about it.
暗唱現金支払う
支払う。
署名両替口座
口座を閉じた。
た
お釣りが違いますよ。
お釣りが違まよ
引き出せましょう。
別々
に
引き出せ
引き出せましょう。
ま
引き出せましょう。ね。
支払った
支払ったましょう。
支払った支払ったましょう払い支払ったましょう
Okay, that's fine. 払いましょう。I was trying to say this in past tense, but that's not past tense. And then I was trying to talk about withdrawing, but it's paying.
署名
ローマ字は
ローマ字は大丈夫ですか？
か
口座に
deposit 口座に預金預金したいする into the Thai form する verb. Let's see. この用紙で
この
用紙でローマ字
に
の
で
hold
に
ローマ字でしてください。
ください
Son of a... Oh, I forgot to I forgot to fill. I forgot my verb entirely. Although sudo, yeah, that's fine. I was using sudo as a generic to do.
領収
領収書を
をもらい
もらいました
ました
か？
か
Please convert this.
これ
こ
を
れを
円に
円に両替して
て
ください。
くださ
Pay with cash. So
現金
現金で
支払い
支払いたいのですか？
のでが
I forgot Thai. I missed clicking on Thai. Full balance.
全部
Oh wait. Subset, right?
残高
残高 Oh wait.
全部
全部残高をいたした。
した
It's the other way around. Yeah. Dang it. Can't do that.
Doko
どこで
でドルを円に
どこドルを円に両替できますか？
でまか
I should check. 領収書。領収書。Oh no. Check. 小切手
小切手
を
現金
現金にしてください。
ください
I forgot my PIN and could not withdraw cash from. Okay. Okay. Let's start with what is PIN number again? Ansho, yeah. Ansho bango.
暗証番号を
forget. 割れて
忘れ
忘れてHow do I link? 忘れてたね忘れた and could not which
銀行
銀行からを withdraw
引き出せ
引き出せ
中た
I don't I'm not sure. Not sure how this works. Wait. I'm missing cash.
現金から
Like that? So, 暗証番号を忘れて so I just forgot. Sorry, I forgot something. And then it's already understood as compound. 忘れて and 銀行から so from the bank. 銀行から現金を引き出せなかったね。I don't see any other. Okay.
両替
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 署名
署名
Fill out the form.
用紙
用紙に
に
用紙に読めした。
記入
Oh no, 記入 Oh yeah, that's
した
I was thinking of signing. I shouldn't confuse them, huh? Alright. Yeah, that's it for today. So let's do our grouping. So it's time to do our grouping. And get a little quicker. Alright, new thing. So what do we have here? We have I don't know how I haven't written how big these things are supposed to be in a while. What do we have? Yokin. So Yokin is deposit, which can be lumped with suru. So Yokin suru. Withdrawal is not here, but we can add that. Hikidashita. Hikidasu. Oh, that's actually one character. Oh my goodness. That's gross looking. Sorry. Oh, wait. I think, actually, I'm not quite sure. I'll have to double check that shokoro. So we have Hikidasu and Yokin suru. Right, Yokin suru. We have Hiraku and Tojiru. And where do we go from there? Those are antonyms. Ansho bango. PIN number. So we can line it up with I don't know why. Kogae Hongae, which requires... Right. Oops. Ancho. Ancho. Ancho Bango. That's kind of lopsided. I'm getting smaller and smaller. I shouldn't be writing it small. Oh, I missed the fins. That's fine. That's why it looks a little barren. We had another number. What was another number? Oh, bank account number. Oh yeah, that's fine. And then here. Okay. Bongo. Like this. Form. So I guess depositing, opening requires a form. So Yoshi. Yoshi is Kami. Oops. Wait. No, I think I'm fine. I just missed the... Right. Oh, Yoshi. And it requires it requires this to go through a middle person. So an accountant. Right. Accountant would be Kaikeshi. Okay. Kinu involves signing the form, so you gotta at least sign the form and fill in the form. What was fill in was oh yeah got it. Fill in is Kinu. Close. Wrong direction. Ah. So Kinu, then sign. me, 小妹, 小妹, right? 小妹, right? 小妹. Oops. Okay, so you sign the form. Yada yada yada. What else we got? And then sign form requires depositing. So if you want to deposit, you also want to know your balance. So your balance go into form from here. Zandaka. Zandaka. Oh, I'm too close to the top. Oh, Zandaka. Right? That's the balance. Oops. And then we have something dealing with paying. That doesn't really deal with banking, but maybe banking in okay, so banking pin account and stuff is gonna go into this, which goes into the form, right? And then out comes this is we're plugging this out into cash, right? So let's do genkin. Into cash. And the cash is so maybe we pay. Shihara. Oh, Shihara. Right. And after we pay, we get a receipt. That's really awful. Hold up. This Yoshu. Ryoshu Sho. Right, so we got this, this, and this. In the process, we might need to exchange stuff too, right? So up here, we can exchange instead of deposit and withdraw, we can exchange, which is yo. 료ngae, 료ngae, which is I think pretty sure. Right, 료ngae. This is probably double. Actually, it might just be double trees now that I think about it. Oh no, it's not double trees. It's oh yeah, it's double. Oh no. What did they use for this? Double. What did they call that? It's a blossoming tree. Oh no, it's not a blossoming tree. Double fault? That's interesting. Okay. Try that again. Oh, Ryo. Yeah. Double fault. So we exchange deposit or withdraw. And what can we deposit? We can also deposit or withdraw using a check. So the form is also a check. It can be a check. Involving a check. So okitte. That's pretty good. That's okay. Man, this unit lines up really well. You don't even need... You can map out the whole thing. Everything's connected really well. In terms of bank account, like what's in the bank account when we're withdrawing and whatnot. Oh, like before this, we could say, okane machi. Right. Okane machi. Okay, okane machi, check. And then when we're filling out the form, we could use romachi. Possibly. That's kind of funny. I don't think so. We'll pigeonhole it. Roma. I wonder if that's a thing. Curious. Probably not. That doesn't make it. I can throw it in here. Right. Paying can end up having... Paying can be done separately. Betsu. Oops. Missed a stroke. It's fine. And what is this? Oh, Otsuri. I guess you get a receipt and here, Otsuri. That is terrifyingly sloppy. All right, that's one flow actually. That's really good. We'll be able to remember this tomorrow. So instead, tomorrow, right? To give you an idea, so tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but 2 days from now, or Yes, the day after tomorrow, I will only be writing out this flow. So we'll go to the bank, right? We'll think about going to the bank, and then we'll recall all the going to the bank. You know, you're going out of the town. So yeah, I'm loaded. You know, I have money, right? I'm rich. That's role playing purposes. So I have a lot of money. So I go to the bank, right? I go to the bank. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I need to take care of stuff. So I need to deposit some checks, right? I need to deposit some checks, and then I need to withdraw some money for an outing later, right? So what do I need to know? I need to know my my PIN number, if it's important, my PIN number, and my bank accounts, right? My bank account, my PIN number, and then Odomaji is an option if that's crazy. Anyways, but you can write in Odomaji. I guess I'll process it in Odomaji, and then I gotta remember what my bank balance is. Then I fill out a form, right? I fill out a form to withdraw and deposit stuff, as well as exchange money if I need to. You know, I might be in a foreign country, right? And then either open or closing is also something I can do on a bank form. So if I'm like going to do some stuff at the bank, I would need to know all these things, right? And then I would fill out the form, sign my name, go to the cashier, right? Go to the accountant, maybe pop out some cash, break out some cash. Then we go out and then we pay for things, probably separately. Usually cash is very useful for paying things separately as opposed to like credit. That's usually how that goes. And then we'll get change, right? If we're paying with cash as opposed to credit, and you get a receipt, right? And that works really well. Like all of the vocabulary is in there, including the antonyms for hikidasu. So effectively, you could write a paragraph for this section. I haven't decided if I want to write a paragraph. I mean, what would happen is then you would write all the sentences, right, which are already in Duolingo. So historically, well, before, the reason why I only write it in this shorthand is because in Duolingo, those are the sentences that are done for you. So what I'm doing here is I'm reducing to remind myself of the sentences in Duolingo, which again, like maybe the discussion that I was having with the person about using your Japanese. In my opinion, this is using your Japanese. But hey, if it's not the transference of ideas, then that's perfectly fine. I mean, I do get a little bit. If you want to talk about details, talk about details. If you want to generalize, understand that generalizing also means that your qualifications kind of get a little confusing, right? So let me think about this in this way. If this is not using the information that I know, so that means I know what these terms mean, and now I'm connecting all of them into one narrative, which is what I typically do in Duolingo now. That idea is not presented in Duolingo. So in the defense of that person, it does not present that idea. Because Duolingo does not tell you explicitly, as in the transference of an explicit idea to you. But that is the tip of the iceberg. And I spent it's great to have the exact example that I was spending hours talking about. When you want to see what something literally does and you compare them, to make something sound bad is to make it sound like the thing doesn't have the thing you're looking for, and then only cite the things you think you value by stating where they are. That is not true comparison. That is fallacious logic. That is called cherry picking. It's confirmation bias and negation. So here would be an example where I wouldn't even attribute this idea to Duolingo. Now you could be generalizing. I could generalize even more and say it's the act of using Duolingo that makes me want to do this. But that is an idea that I brought in to Duolingo. So when I'm using things I know, that this would be considered a usefulness use case in which you use something you learned from Duolingo in order to combine it with something else you've learned to use more than the thing you're focused on. So the discussion that I had a very problematic situation come about, and that person did not stick around to clarify and, in my opinion, grow between an exchange, is the idea that they qualify something as using, but then create a double standard and a conditional in which it does not follow the logic. So if anything is a transference of ideas, then transference of ideas apply to everything, right? But they could be specific instead of talking in circles, right? You could say, oh, the transference ideas deal with an increased comprehension of Japanese in Japanese. If the more specific you get, in my opinion, the more likely it's defensible. However, that defensibility and that specificity also applies to the things you don't like or don't think about or don't use. So if you're suggesting that Duolingo doesn't transfer any ideas that are outside of anime that overlaps with anime, I might actually argue that anime does a better job of this, which is you get a bunch of disconnected sentences, which, by the way, Duolingo clearly use thematically to connect all the disjointed sentences. So it is implied that you should know that these vocabularies all deal with going to the bank or doing a money thing, and you can imagine talking about your day, going to the bank, getting money to go out, and all of these vocabulary words should come up in that scenario. But they do it implicitly and disjointedly. So you can criticize Duolingo for watering it down because they removed the connections between the two. Now, is that a loss in an idea? Well, it is an idea of introducing disjointed sentences. In anime, it's not. If you cannot connect the dots like this and don't find this very useful, then watching anime might be richer in ideas because your priority is not focused on needing to connect disjointed sentences. That's not a skill that you care about, right? And when a person qualifies something, I would like to think that they understand that the thing they're criticizing does either enough to be sufficient for qualifying your definition of things, or it simply is disinteresting, as in you don't know. So what is the idea being transferred here? It's trying to paint a picture, at least in my opinion, of going to the bank and what are the vocabulary words that you need to go to the bank. You can view the tool, which I totally concede that Duolingo does not hold your hand and imply that, hey, here are the things and you should arrange the things in the exact way in order to make sense of all of it. You should know that these are antonyms and these are synonyms, but it is part of the implicit design. Now, what I really dislike oftentimes when people become incredibly pedantic about confirmation bias is the idea that if a tool doesn't do it for you, or if something doesn't literally do that, then you are incapable of reaping the benefits, as in there's no transference of ideas, right? There's a creation of ideas. So if Duolingo didn't tell you in a paragraph that all of these words are connected in a flow that you yourself can make, then it is not a transference of an idea, because they didn't literally tell you, hey, I'm going to draw a character and the character is animated and they are animating a character going into the bank and then speaking in Japanese, writing all these things in Japanese. These are the things you need to know in Japanese. That is not a transference of ideas, in my opinion. That is explicit instruction. Like, you are learning things, but you are not using them. That is a form of input. The explicit input is what I feel is overrated a lot of times, and not in a bad or a good way, but they're overrated in the sense that it's overrepresented. It's over prioritized. Like, in my opinion, you are smarter than that. Most people I talk to, I believe they have the capacity to do the next level. Now, is it a waste of time? Is it less efficient? Yes, it is less efficient. And if you don't want to do it, it's a waste of time, right? If you don't want to do flowcharts, take the extra 9 yards saying like, I can see a use for this, but I don't need to use. If you don't want to do those things, then yes, go watch an anime and have the anime hold your hand and tell you a story. I love being told stories, but when I consume a story, I don't do it passively either. When I watch One Piece, which is the example that I was given to this person who believes he's an egghead and he loves reading all anime, I was kind of curious if he understand what I said about the parallelisms of American imperialism and Japanese isolationism in the titular arc, the Land of Wano arc. And then did he understand, did they appreciate the cultural reference that I was referring to when it came to mysticism by using animalistic anthropomorphized characters in One Piece? Because I also don't interact with anime in the same way. The anime is transformative. It's not literally transferring the ideas that it's on page. I myself create new ideas from it. So the mindset is so literally pedantic, and that it requires specificity. And yet, when asked and prompted for someone to explain that, it becomes very general things. Every day, no matter what, feelings and emotions wane, people change. That's not quantifiable. It's not specific enough. It lacks nuance. If you stay disciplined, transcend all of that, super watered down, general listening to go a good podcast, even so much rich, all of these are relative terms. And it would have been great, in my opinion, to last a little bit longer and talking about the nuances of these things, at least in my opinion. I'm very, very passionate about disentangling and talking about the details of these things. So this, in my opinion, I would also qualify for that person that this is not a transference of ideas. This is an application of ideas. So if you're trying to discern between the difference of learning and applying what you learned, an application is an application of Japanese. Reading and inputting is not an application of it. It can be as passive as possible. However, you can apply things to the ideas and transform the ideas. But that's still not a transference of ideas according to this person, because this person believes that they must explicitly be told or extract the ideas wholesale. So that, to me, is what I spent over 2 or 3 hours talking about earlier regarding being defined by the tool. legitimately being defined by the tool. But podcasts, you cannot conceive ideas or emergently negotiate new ideas while listening to a podcast, because the podcast itself is responsible for all the ideas that you gain. You can treat those things that way. And that is where I concede and try to be as respectful as I am able to while still presenting my position. If you're looking for something and it's entirely dependent on passively getting something else, feel free. Like, if the anime literally needs to explain to you the mystery behind a mystery show, then that can be considered transference of ideas. But if you're using the ideas you learn, right? That's using the context clues, using the story's development cycle, using the hints and stuff the writer has presented in order for you to come up with an opinion. That's also a transference of ideas, in my opinion. Or if that's not, and it's your own idea, and then you consider your own idea not to be a consequence of other people's ideas, then that's an application of the idea. So it's a use case of the idea. And what Duolingo's use case is very different from the use case of anime and podcasts. I think it is incredibly almost disrespectful, in my opinion, to the point where one can be so confident in not being able to observe that they're perpetuating a double standard when they talk, and yet continue to double down even despite being asked, hey, can you define this? Can you define that? Is it fair for me to say that with your description that it follows this and it still qualifies that? So what I'm trying to say is there a way that you can differentiate that those two things are actually different? And then if those things are different, why are you comparing them? And then if they're the same, why not compare those things? So what are things that are similar but to different degrees between Duolingo and anime, which is where this person was getting at, and I was trying to defend that as well. If you wanted to write paragraphs, Duolingo insists that there are sentences, and sentences are part of paragraphs. Paragraphs can convey ideas. Ideas can be visualized and or situationally depicted on a continuum. Anime can do that. So with all those steps in between, Duolingo does not have any of those steps. Now the question is, when you're reading a sentence, is that where it stops? That's not where it stops for me. When I watch anime, I think of a scene. Do you know what? Here's an idea. What am I visualizing right now? I'm actually visualizing a scene in The Great Pretenders right now. A bank scene in The Great Pretenders. Or I'm visualizing a slice of life show, going to the bank, getting money, like the stuff that needs to. So when I go and watch an anime, I'm going to be thinking about these keywords when I go and watch an anime. Or when a podcaster talks about investments, or which I do watch podcasts for, like financial, just to see what people say in Japanese when it comes to financial stuff. These words may come up. So it goes about it differently, right? And you don't have to stop at what the tools are. So yes, while I agree, Duolingo is a super watered down, whatever that means, I would say specifically they mean watered down complexity. As in, when you talk to someone, it's the highest complexity. When people are talking to people, it's the highest complexity. That's top down, right? Top down. And when you water it down, which I disagree with the idea of watering down, it's more like breaking up its parts. So like if you think of an organism and you only see the cells, that's a watered down version of a organism. That's how I see this argument going. So you see a person, right? But if you view the world as cells, it's a watered down version of a person, right? It's more complex. An anime and a podcast is considered more complex or of a higher order of interaction. However, all these disciplines still exist. You can learn things, you can learn the parts of things in order to create and transformatively make something bigger. Like this, you can take disjointed vocabulary that's already thematically tied together and create your narrative from it. If you don't like doing that, then yes, most things that are transformative are not for you. So, by what is transformative? Transferring ideas. So, if you need a text to tell you what is correct and what is right, and you never have to apply critical thinking skills. So, in my opinion, it's not for everyone. I know this for certain. There are people who prefer never to engage in critical thinking at all. At least I feel this is a substantial deficiency out of convenience. If you never need to do critical thinking, then we don't have much to talk about when it comes to watching anime and movies. I think anime, movies, podcasts, any source of information can be transformative in terms of its use case. Now, whether it's good or not, or efficient or not, that's perfectly understandable. I'm more than inclined to talk about it. Duolingo doesn't have paragraphs. It kind of sort of had paragraphs, but it's insufficient, right? It's discontinuous. These are true. Those are the facts. Whether it is watered down, that is a phrase used to subjectively imply a value system and not based on the facts. Words are watered down versions of sentences. Sentences are watered down versions of paragraphs. Paragraphs are watered down versions of stories or even an essay. You can continue to water things down. I think the aspect that is belligerent a little bit is that when components are simplified, simplified means easy. Easy means less effective, or simplified means it's too easy to understand, in which you don't work hard for it, right? The whole like elitist thing really portrays through it. Now I'm inferring too much. I'm not talking about this person anymore. I'm more talking about a general behavioral coincidences. Like, are you too good to want to view kanji in radicals? Well, some people would say, nah, you don't need any mnemonic stuff, like radical stuff. Like, that's overcomplicated. You might as well just learn naturally through listening to this person's paragraph. My answer to that, my response to that is, why not both? Why not all of them? A wise person like this person would be to say, well, they do all the same in the long run. Like, they all lead to the same place. The answer is no, they don't. But you only care about the things in which it contributes to the one thing, right? To me, that's what makes it possible for someone to rationally and logically say that something is better than another thing. It's how they contribute to the same thing. So if I'm doing an anime, if I'm like watching an anime, do I do this? Long story short, for me, yes, I actually somewhat do this in a different way. For most people, in my opinion, especially people who think it's so easy to do comparative analyses without even doing comparative analyses, especially using nebulous terms, constantly relative terms, like this is good, this is bad. It's like, how do you even measure that? Like, do you want me to understand where you're coming from? Well, then saying things negative all about one thing and saying positive about another thing, and then using terms that do not express any form of critical thinking is probably not the way to go. So then I will press the person. I'll ask you 3 or 4 more questions, and then you leave suddenly. Then yeah, I'm none the wiser. You can call me ignorant because you didn't stay long enough to explain your concepts, right? So it's a mutual loss in exchange. For myself, I'm always going to be here, and this is a way I can qualify that yes, I do use the Japanese that I'm learning each and every day. At least this would be it. Do I get a transference of ideas? Well, I get an exchange of ideas from me to them and them to me, like to the system, not the whoever's creating it. Maybe one day I might be able to interact with the developers or people who write for it. But besides the point, it is awfully pedantic when it's easy to say something in the affirmative and then constantly focus on negating and denying other things without understanding that what you're confirming also applies to what you're denying. It's like a cyclic argument. Like, is talking, for example, is talking about Japanese, the Japanese word you learned, in a native language considered using Japanese? I actually think most people will say no. Like, in this day and age, I would say more than 50% of the time when people think about the framework of the target language, whenever you use your native language and not the target language, they can construe it as not using what you learned. Well, if you're not using what you learned, then you can start compartmentalizing other things, in my opinion. For example, know that when you compartmentalize, you also don't understand all the things you ignore. Like how a person interacts with Duolingo. You do not know that because you choose not to care about it. Now, I can tell you if those things are true or not because I use Duolingo, right? Can I tell you, like, if someone says, oh yeah, they don't have anime in Duolingo, I agree. Duolingo does not have anime. And what else you can argue for? Oh, Duolingo doesn't have podcasts. That would be false. But it would be true for Japanese. But Duolingo themselves do have podcasts, just not for Japanese. So in this case, I would agree, Duolingo Japanese does not have podcasts. And then, of course, someone would say like, oh, listening to a good podcast. So what's a good podcast? The podcast that you care about. So we might not have the same good podcasts, but I'm sure we can find some podcasts that would be interesting. And what does that podcast do to me? I don't do this during the podcast. I'm not sitting there literally doing this. So what is the rich idea or the wealth of ideas? They're different ideas. It's kind of like going into a dumpster. What is one man's treasure is another man's garbage, right? That's I might have gotten that idiom a little bit incorrect, but I'm here to defend all of it. I can probably give a cogent argument when I get the opportunity to. I can probably make a cogent argument for, against, neither for podcasts, anime, and Duolingo. The thing that I'm not doing is suggesting a truth based on half observations. Like, I understand when I watch anime passively. I only practice the things I know when I listen to anime. I don't sit there sentence mining for things. I don't sit there writing the characters out each time. I don't sit there making web maps because I have to. The anime kind of explains itself. And also, you can watch different types of anime. Now, the level of a good podcast is maybe the podcast is deliberately meant to inform you. Well, there are podcasts that spread misinformation. There are podcasts that sound like every other podcast. Are those good podcasts or bad podcasts? I don't know. You could argue, oh, podcasts that say all the same are generic and uninformative. That's how science works. You have 10 podcasters who are scientists, for example, maybe, and they all say the same thing. That's converging evidence. So there are counterexamples and examples for and against and usefulness for many situations. So for someone to sweepingly make a comment here and here, make bold comments back and forth, either they stay for the discussion, in my opinion, which would be great because it would benefit me quite a lot and I would thank them each and every day, or they leave and neither of us are none the wiser. I only talk about my point of view because in this case, I can never control or be accounting for the other person. I don't think I play it strong. If someone is going to be here pandering to me to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, then yeah, sure, I'll entertain the idea of defending my position. The question is, can you defend your position as well? Because that's when we grow. Or you can go and retreat and continue to have the algorithm and the internet confirm all your biases, which clearly represents the majority, and I'm not a stranger to it. I understand that 9 out of 10, I'm going to say maybe a little lower, 7 out of 10, I will get the same response, same series, a very similar series of discussion topics and logic when it comes to every time I'm presenting something that someone else find disagreeable. So I actually spent way less time doing this already compared to all the things I gained using this as a platform to talk about things. So what did I learn today? I think I didn't learn any of these things. Like any of the vocabulary. That was already okay 3 days ago. What I did learn today, or a transference of idea, is I took the time to organize. Well, this looks very chaotic, but I assure you tomorrow is going to look, or the next time we come on, it's going to look like a flow chart with the vocabulary, because I've done this before. After learning, after using Duolingo for 30 days or so, I started evolving and changing the ideas. So regardless of how restrictive Duolingo can be, or anime, or podcasts, I continue to do more with them. I want to do more with them. So again, the take-home message here is I often talk to people who believe that the method defines them, and that the method caps their ability to apply what they learned. It's kind of like talking to a high schooler who believes oh, the math class didn't tell me how to use math in my everyday life, so it is unimportant. It is boring, it is disinteresting, because you yourself could not find the application for math, right? It is demanded and dependent on someone to explicitly tell you how to apply them. Now I want to end with something very positive about this. The wonderful nature of the internet, the beauty of the internet, and also the double edge of the internet. is that you don't need critical thinking skills anymore to get results. You do not need to critically think. You do not have to do any problem solving. You don't have to do problem solving or critical thinking because you hope you're banking on the idea that there is something that will explicitly tell you and compensate for your lack of imagination and creativity. Now, is that a bad thing to lack imagination or creativity? No, it's not. Not on the internet. Because if you can find answers really, really fast, you don't have to create them. At least on paper. Theoretically, I'm trying to be as fair as possible to the empathy, trying to empathize with individuals who believe that having ideal situations, constantly reductively focusing on single goals, makes one incredibly sharp and wise in the way they talk, in the way they express problems and suggest and provide advice. It is lazy when you do that. You have less things to consider. It's a lot clearer. Yes, right? Because it's a lot clearer, you have less things to consider. In fact, it's kind of ironic in the sense that you want to learn more complex situations about a language, but you go about it by reducing the complexity of how you interact with that language. What I mean by that is compare a person who's studying grammar or wanting to study grammar, wanting to learn random sentences while watching podcasts and anime in moderation of all. So will one person be faster than the other? I don't know, but I can tell you that both exist. The facts are people can do a lot of different things and still acquire language, and then people can do a lot of specific things and acquire language. Now, if it were true, if the statements are true, like, oh, good podcasts are always good and Duolingo is always bad, if that were true, I would imagine that the vast majority of people who eventually acquire language would not mention Duolingo at all, right? Like, not at all, in any way, whether it's bad or good, or it was not part of their journey. Because if that is solely objectively true, then it would be phased out. So what is Duolingo doing? Oh, exactly what that person did. That person downplayed the thing that Duolingo does. I can use another anecdote for video games. I think reviews, aggregate sites are fantastic ways to demonstrate this logical fallacy that is constantly being applied to reviewing and critically comparing things together. You use something for its unintended purpose. You trivialize it for its primary purpose, and therefore it's bad. So for example, actually Fictitious gave me this inspiration pretty well. People are angry that when you ask AI to explain something, they explain it too well or too much. Like, my first thought was, okay, so it didn't cross your mind that when you ask an AI to explain something to you, information, they're going to give you too much, they're going to give you a lot of information that may, so somehow people are upset now that they're given more information than they want. That to me is exactly what the internet has made convenient or normalized. When someone asks me a question, I'm more than happy to provide way more information than they ask, because ironically, that's kind of a way to demonstrate that I care in a manner. But in this case, it's very selective. It's about spoilers. So oftentimes when when humans talk to each other, they're like, oh, I don't want to say too much because I might spoil it. And that's a consideration, that's a empathy. That's a consideration. But logically speaking, you would say as much as you can because someone said, tell me about the movie. But you're expecting someone to exercise and withhold information, right? Withhold information for your consideration. Well, in this case, what are you missing? What is it missing? So I wanted to demonstrate. This is exactly what I was going to demonstrate, and I really appreciate, by coincidence, that at this person's expense. I apologize in advance. I think it's a really great opportunity. I do this after a Duolingo session. This is the combination of WaniKani, anime, my understanding of life, like normal life activities, many things combined in this. So if you wanted to evaluate Duolingo solely based on its literal components, then also evaluate anime and podcasts solely literally on its components. None of that double standard stuff. The reason why I suggest that is because sometimes when you talk to someone and you start feeling, man, why is this guy so aggressive or so pedantic and going off with so many details? Because you need details to establish if they're comparable in the first place. So if anime only tried to explain words, right? If anime only used words because that's the normalization, then we can start talking about what's comparable between Duolingo and anime. In terms of the process, I can agree with you if someone did an experiment, a double-blind experiment, and suggested and showed that the metrics they chose to measure, say, how well does someone remember an entire sentence, right? Or how well can people describe whole situations in Japanese in a target language after watching anime for like 100 days, right? And then say Duolingo, I'm just gonna use SRS. Because I don't even think it's good enough here. Let's use SRS. So SRS flashcards. I think flashcards are even more rudimentary than this on mechanics. So, okay, this person learned a bunch of things, right? And you're gonna say, okay, so how do we compare these two methods, right? How do we compare these two methods? One person can choose, oh, let's see how good their sentence structure is. Like, let's see how good they associate sentences. Well, there's one tool that doesn't even use sentences. And then there's one tool that is heavily relied on actually higher than sentences. It's conceptual, right? It's conceptual. So you could measure specifically based on the thing that it doesn't do. That's not the same as trying to normalize and control for an output based on like comparable elements. So if you're talking about when you're watching anime, are you getting better at reading kanji? When we're talking about speaking a wealth of ideas, when you listen to anime or when you listen to your podcasts, are you getting better at reading kanji? If there's anything that can illustrate something, is that I can't use that argument against podcasts and anime until I understand that that person had subtitles, right? Then when we compare it, at least the available metric, the available thing that's being measured is present in both elements. So when someone says, oh yeah, Duolingo input is super watered down and gamey, it is watered down and gamey by nature to you, and therefore it is bad. Like, it's like, man, I really hate apples for being apples. Why couldn't an apple be an orange? That's so different from providing adequate wisdom, in my opinion. So I wanted that person to clarify how they can make those comparisons and then suggest that it's beneficial or not beneficial, or strongly be negative and positive about things. And then when they qualify what they use, it sounded like everything. And I was okay with that. I honestly was okay with that. So my empathy for this person's suggestion is do everything. If everything is learning and everything is using Japanese, do everything. And if discipline is basically doing the thing regardless of your emotional way in and way out, that's all the better. You can do anything. And then someone is going to tell me, but if you do the wrong thing and you constantly do the wrong thing, doesn't that mean you won't, regardless of how disciplined you are, you can never get good at something? I'm like, yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, if you're saying all or none things. But I wasn't saying that. I was talking about critical thinking and problem solving. When you start something and you understand its ideas and then you apply its ideas, it'll become very apparent what doesn't work and what does work. That requires discipline. So, in my opinion, and I'm going to be pretty direct about this, the discipline is required to offer advice. And discipline is required for comparative analysis. Discipline is hand in hand with due diligence. So if you're really fascinated and you're really invested in talking about language learning, I'm here. I'm definitely here. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. Let's hunker down and be disciplined about it. Leaving, avoiding, and pretending like someone else is saying is not as important in order to express yourself, yeah, that's undisciplined, for sure. I agree. So maybe I will come back and entertain this idea. And generally speaking, yep, this person is clearly right, or like I can definitely agree with most of the things they said, just not how they said it, right? How they say it. And for me, the whole point of, like, one of the biggest points that I'm trying to make is how people say things and how people think about things. So it's a fun challenge to constantly try to apply things in Duolingo because it is watered down. I agree, it is watered down. And it does gamify things. The funny thing is, what part of what I'm doing takes advantage of the gamification? How did I give this person the impression in like a 10-minute span that gamification is relevant to me when I'm talking about anime, podcasts, and other types of stuff, right? It's so interesting. And here's another thing. I proposed the question. That person asked me, have I done anything with the Japanese you've learned so far, or are you still just learning? I actually said a lot of things, but I didn't say anything about Duolingo's efficacy, right? So when I asked that person, what do you consider as learning, right? And then what do you consider as using? They specifically talked about Duolingo. So, I mean, and hear me out. This didn't happen just today. It happened the last time Duolingo was on the screen. And it'll continue to happen. And I'll be continuing to reform and demonstrate that whatever I'm doing that's not on Duolingo will also be brought into Duolingo. I will be able to talk about, critique, actually, evaluate Duolingo over time and be able to tell people and talk about my impressions of Duolingo as my competence in Japanese improves. I think one of the more telling signs of individuals are people who they started with Duolingo, they got their feet wet, right? They vibed it out. They found out, oh, I can do this with podcasts, active listening, graded reading, and whatnot. Then quite a number of them came back to Duolingo, as in like not abandon everything that they've done since then. They dabbled in Duolingo again, and what they discovered is it's awfully the same, very similar thing that I've discovered a lot of times. When you revisit with a different lens, you have other ideas that you bring to it. It becomes an interesting practice things. You might actually know why there is an error, right? You like in English, I see typographical errors all the time. I make typographical errors all the time. The nice thing about being human is you can do that. You can carry most of the information and the ideas from things. It's disappointing when you get to a point where you ask someone for a description and they categorize it, which explains to me very little. Like, oh hey, why don't you play a good game? I'm like, okay, may I ask what you consider as a good game? Also, while you're at it, may you explain to me what constitutes as a game to you? Because I really like to know. And then it'll be like, a good game is a game that's exciting. I'm like, okay, so what do you consider as an exciting game? It's like pulling teeth. Like, well, it should have punching and kicking, and then meanwhile, that describes like so many games. Like even the game that I'm playing that they're implying is boring, because oftentimes when someone makes a comment like, have you done anything with the Japanese you've learned so far? And how's a great way to test no sense of critical thinking? Or nah, that's a little aggressive. A lack of critical thinking is when they ask me without addressing what they're observing. So they're obviously referring to seeing me use Duolingo despite spending hours, an entire channel, doing other things. So how else would I be expected to respond? So in that case, then when I asked, they specifically single out the thing I'm doing. It's like, yes, that's the entire motivation. And then it's one of those, what is a YouTube short that I want to highlight? I was watching Dr. Mike recently, like a reaction Dr. Mike. He was doing like a vaccine, an anti-vaxxer like event thing in order to raise awareness and whatnot. Like, this is a while ago. So there was a clip where this person was, he's speaking to people who have very firm beliefs, right? Very based on confirmation bias and refuting, or just refuting based on disbelief, or cherry picking. And this person said along the lines like, oh yeah, you know, she made a comment that implied that she's intelligent and she's well knowledgeable because she actually studies and reads. That person was able to say that to another person whose profession involves those things. And I feel like this is the information, this is the type of conversation that I actually don't hold other people emotionally responsible for. Because when that person said Japanese is a language, and languages at its heart are tools for communicating. It is indeed a tool for communicating. And communicating doesn't involve only Japanese, only anime, only paragraphs, only context, like the context of your choice. And it certainly doesn't make explaining how to transfer ideas, exchange ideas between people as optional skills. Communicating is part of that too. And my thought is, here I am spending most of my time communicating and using examples in order to do things, but it was not apparent that I understand what language, what is involved in communication. Now, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt as well as they are willing to give me the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps they weren't talking about the area of communication. They were specifically talking about how Japanese language is spoken to each other. And that's what they constitute as communication. So, yeah, that's fair. If, again, it's one of those things. If the individual is able to conceptualize the specificity, the details of it, they would specifically cite the detailed example in which it cannot be refuted, like where it's less likely to be refuted. I do not refute the idea that when Japanese is spoken, it is a form of communication. At its heart, language is more than spoken language. Like that's why it's called spoken language. But there's nonverbal communication. I don't even know how this person qualifies nonverbal communication. Is that just considered not communication then? I don't understand. Is there no situation in which Japanese people non-verbally communicate differently, and it might be relevant and integral to their Japanese language? In fact, here's another thing about anime. It's not live action. Live action is very different. It's nearly transformative of animation. Animation serves a different purpose a lot of times. They share different intents than live action. So as a way to integrate, there was a method behind my madness. I mentioned the movie Perfect Days, which was suggested yesterday by someone, and that was intentional because Perfect Days is a Japanese live action movie. And the things that are not apparent a lot of times in anime are circumstances. Anime can be very grossly scripted because it's often done that way. So richness in ideas come in many forms. If you decide that communication can only be done while spoken, then it tells me a lot about how rich your ideas are about the world. And that, to me, is a great example. It was a great opportunity for me to belabor and continue to bootstrap all this idea. that person will most likely still, I like to believe that this person will likely continue and become fluent in Japanese. Good luck to them, right? In there are many ways. I like to believe in the future, though, maybe like 6 years down the line when I'm still struggling to be fluent in Japanese, largely because I don't intend to focus on that goal, or maybe I will become fluent in Japanese. Who knows? Like on my deathbed or something, we may be able to meet together again and cross paths again in another 6 or 7 years, and I would like to revisit this topic. And that topic would be so different in the future. It would be not talking about Duolingo. It'll probably be talking about, like, I don't know, augmented reality and having a surrogate AI bot or something. But ultimately, the underlying principle is that there is some semblance of critical thinking and problem solving in the discussion, and less avoidant behavior, deflection, and very, very targeted questioning. I was ready, in my opinion, in the way I was asking my questions, I was ready to be proven presumptuous. And in this case, I was not. I was, in fact, given the prototypic example that I mentioned in the beginning of this stream. And it will continue that way. So, let's see. In my opinion, I would love to be able to retain someone who actually consistently used Duolingo with something else to compare notes and exchange ideas. So to end this bit, right? In order to end this bit, this is the end of Duolingo Japanese for this time. Tomorrow I'll be back with Duolingo Spanish, right? So for those who are gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? But like I usually say, you're more than free to follow along, come up and challenge yourself to prove that I'm wrong, or like nitpick about my things, my little like ways of doing this, and give me an example of what you would do, right? How you would transformally do things. If it's a waste of time, don't do it, and we won't encounter each other. But you're more than welcome. I'm here. I love talking about inspiring and exchanging ideas, right? Applying what we know. But if it doesn't interest you, that doesn't give you agency on making reductive generalities that aren't true, in my opinion. You can state facts, right? I'm far more interested in how those facts are being interpreted in your decision making. So if you think anime is are much more richer in ideas, I believe you. I believe most of your statements. Now, you have to explain to me how being rich in ideas have anything to do with, like, how does it relate to gamification? Are games not rich in ideas? Are gamification not rich in ideas? I like to tackle that question sometime in the future. Perhaps someone will be able to provide a cogent defense for, against, and analyses, and then we can exchange ideas about that. I would love to eventually exchange ideas and stuff from someone who is able to experience, use multiple things, and then compare them based on their experiences. And then we can exchange ideas there. Not someone who goes around finding the opportune moment to demonstrate their biases and their double standards while being asked questions and they habitually avoid tackling specific details because, in my opinion, really directly, they probably didn't think about it, and they probably don't even care that much about it. And that's perfectly fine with me. There's no emotional damage happening here. At least I don't think so. Because if you can't bother to be explaining things, then I don't think there's a lot of investment that would hurt. At least I hope. Like, if you're not invested in something and talking about something, then I like to believe that your mental state will compensate for not being hurt. For me, I care about this stuff quite a bit. I actually care about many of the things I show. I take full responsibility, and I dedicate all the time. A lot of people say, why don't you just do it in a best of situation? Like, make this a 30-minute video of your hot takes. Like, because I spend a lot of time thinking about these things. I wanted to be a teacher that follow students for 4 years to 7 years. This is the idea. It's a pace of life. It's a pace of scholarly pursuits. So when you go around willy-nilly doing generalities, I would expect that those generalities come with experience and understanding. Therefore, answer those questions, or try to answer those questions. And if you don't, then I have my answer. Unless you disprove, right? Typically I give a bit of consensus. I think it is a social norm to pass on information that is not your own, and pass on information that's not your own advice based on your anecdotes. It saves a lot of time. Discipline doesn't save a lot of time. Critical thinking and problem solving, doing them doesn't save a lot of time in the eyes of the internet. Because if you don't have to do critical thinking and problem solving, or even exercise discipline, then you're not using any additional time. It took me a couple seconds to find that I've already have a logical loop in the discussion, and it was very difficult. So consider it my challenge to myself in the future to be better at doing, explaining the logical loops. In the meantime, feel free to stop on by, right? Stop on by, challenge, talk about what is your way of taking people's ideas and making it your own, I suppose. And I'll be back. Tomorrow, I'll be on Duolingo Spanish, which statistically have far less people wielding their generalities so far. And I've been doing Duolingo Spanish for like far more consecutively in the past time. This happens to be my second Duolingo Japanese stream. And in both those times, I've encountered two separate individuals who came by and used the same critical logic, same logical reasoning that's directly targeted towards someone who does more than this. So despite all of that, I believe it will continue to happen. And I'll welcome it again. And I will do this again. And again and again. I gotta improve and practice somehow, right? Alright, folks. Until then. Alright, stay safe, stay healthy. Good luck with your studies, however you go about it. Try to have fun. Exercise and discipline. I'll catch everyone later. 皆さん、またね。